Sorry. May I have your attention, please? This announcement goes to all the participants who have not registered in the help desk. By registration, I mean who have not mentioned their partners and themselves for against and for. Please proceed to the help desk and kindly help us to know who is speaking for against and who is speaking for. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? This is a repeat announcement for all those participants who have not reported to the help desk. Please note, the students who have not reported to us and have not told us that whether they're going to speak for or against will not be allowed to come on the stage. I repeat, this announcement goes to all those participants who have not reported and told us what are they going to speak for in the debate. Requesting you to kindly proceed to the help desk immediately. Thank you.
Nursery Yatirajaye Vivekananda Suraye Satchit Sukhaswarupaye Swamine Tapaharine. Our salutations to Swami Vivekananda, for whom we are here, for who still remains the chief inspiration in organizing any kind of activities out here in Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Cultural Center or the Ramakrishna Mission Institute itself. On behalf of Ramakrishna Mission Shillong, we extend all of you a very, very hearty welcome to today's debate competition. A very special welcome to the participants who have joined this competition today, and all the parents, guardians, teachers who have come accompanying the participants for today's debate competition. I believe rain has played a spoil sport, so only we see a bit less number of listeners in the audience rather. So before I make any further into the debate competition today, we'll start our debate competition with Vedic chanting, which is going to be presented by the members of the Vivekananda Youth Forum. So may I request all the Youth Forum members kindly on the stage for their Vedic chanting.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Saha Viryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tatsayoravrimahe Gatui Yajnaya Gatui Yajnapataye Daivi Swasti Nastunaha Swastirmanushebhyaha ऊर्ध्वं जिगातु भेषजं शन्नो अस्तु द्विपदे शं चतुष्पदे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ
Thanks to all the members of Vivekananda Youth Forum. The universal prayer they just recited, translated into English, this reads as the very first one, Om Sahana Bhavatu. May we work together in peace and harmony, enjoy the fruits of our efforts by sharing with others. May our study be vigorous and fruitful. May we not be jealous of others' achievements. The second one, Om Tat Chang. We worship and pray to the Supreme Lord for the welfare of all beings. May all the miseries and shortcomings leave us forever, so that we may always sing the Lord during the holy fire ceremonies. May all the medicinal herbs grow in potency, so that all diseases may be cured. May the gods rain peace on us. May all the two-legged creatures be happy. May all the four-legged creatures also be happy. May there be peace in the hearts of all beings in all realms. The last one, on Purnamada, that outer world is Purna, means with full divine consciousness. The inner world is also with full divine consciousness. From Purna is manifested the Purna. From the full divine consciousness, the world is manifested. Taking Purna from the Purna indeed remains, because the divine consciousness is non-dual and infinite. Om, peace, peace, peace. Coming back to our debate competition, as you know, the topic of the debate is the multidisciplinary approach of new education policy. 2020 will not be successful. We hope there will be quite hot debate on this topic from the students. Already the teachers are into debate. We know it too well. And this year's competition, this is the 49th edition of cultural competition being organized by the Ramakrishna Mission, Shillong. We have started our competition on the 1st of July with the Nursery Rhymes competition. And our concluding competition is quiz competition on coming Sunday. This is the penultimate week, and following that will be the press distribution ceremony on the 5th of August for all the competitions. At 3 p.m. it will be held in this hall itself, and all are cordially invited. Usually we give, for debate competition, we give 2 categories of prizes. Usually we give first best speaker, second best speaker, and we go for the most humorous speaker, of course, if it is proposed by the judges. Otherwise, the third best speaker will get the third prize. And in the team category, there will be 2 prizes, the champion team and the runners-up team. There are a few who are without team, so you cannot be a contender for so far as team championship is concerned. Coming to a few words on the top and some other topics, like we have seen, our experience says sometimes what happens is the participants has a tendency of involving the organizers, that even the organizers also say this. So my request, all of you, please don't involve the organizers. It's not organizers' intention to say anything. The organizers doesn't express any opinion in selecting the topic or making the topic. It's just that we want that the students also should know what is NEP. All the teachers are spending sleepless nights at times. I've got 2 teachers at my home, so I know it already. And how to implement the NEP. So the students also should know what is NEP and how it's going to happen, how it's going to be implemented and all. So only we have said, it's just to provoke in you that NEP is not going to be successful. So my request, please refrain yourself from involving the organizers in the from the debate competition as such. So next week's competition, as I said, quiz competition will be concluding with. This is also open for all of you from class 9 to college level. We'll be starting the quiz competition at 10 in the morning with the prelims to be held online here only in this institute. And following that, we'll select only 8 teams for the semi-final to be held from 1 p.m. And final of the debate competition will be at 4 p.m. Some of you from here, maybe you have joined in essay writing competition. The result of the essay writing competition also will be announced on that day only at 4 p.m., just before the start of the final. So may I request now to start with this debate competition now, all the participants to come up on the stage and take their seats. Those who will be speaking for on the right-hand side of the speaker, those who will be speaking against on the left-hand side of the speaker. Already it's marked opposition and treasury. So you can please come, and may I request all others, kindly put your hands together to welcome all the participants on the stage, please. Speaking for on the right-hand side of the speaker and against on the left-hand side of the speaker. Start from the front row. Please start from the front row. Those, if anyone coming afterwards, late rather, reporting late will take big benches. Speaking against that side. For the motion, this side, yes. So just a few words for the participants. You will be given 4 minutes of time to speak. Only all the speakers will get 4 minutes of time, or at the 3rd minute there will be a warning bell, and by 4th minute there will be another bell. Okay, there will be a warning bell. The first warning bell means you are still left with 1 minute of time. By the time you should conclude your speech. Okay, and those leaders will be getting 6 minutes of time, 5 minutes plus 1. Leaders of the opposition, leaders on the treasury bench, right? So for them, on the 5th minute there will be one warning bell, and on the 6th minute the final bell. And another thing, we have seen that midway through, some of you have a tendency to leave the hall. Okay, you cannot do that. If you do it, your candidature will be cancelled. Please mind it that you cannot leave the hall. Okay, until and unless entire competition is over and the proceedings is over. So behave like, not like the parliament, though this is a mini parliament here today, but it's a disciplined parliament. And in that parliament, though they decide on who is the best parliamentarian and all these things, here we have got panel of distinguished judges to judge as to who is the best speaker and who is the second best speaker and all these things. Probably never before we got such a distinguished panel in our panel of judges. We have got Professor Dr. Pradeep Ramavat. Pradeep Ramavatji is an associate professor with Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Guwahati. Previously, he worked as an assistant professor and assistant director with the Institute of Public Policy, Center for the Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusion Policy, National Law School of India University, Bangalore. He was the director for the ICSSR funded major project on searching rationale of scheduled caste subplan and tribal subplan and its effectiveness for 5 southern states. Also, also is the convener for NEP implementation at TIS Guwahati. Sir, thank you so much for coming here. We are really privileged to have you amidst us. Thank you so much, and all the way coming from Guwahati. It means it expresses your love for the students. Thank you so much. We also have Professor Streamlet Dakhar, who is from Shillong. Professor Streamlet is a famous literary personality of the state of Meghalaya, from the state of Meghalaya. She has authored many books in English as well as in Khasi. She has translated many literary works into Khasi and into many things, into many research and all. She also is a contributor. The Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Cultural Center is publishing a trilingual magazine called Jingshai The Light. She also has been associated with this magazine since the beginning and takes keen interest in giving articles which have really become very popular. Madam, thank you so much for coming here. We are so very fortunate to have you amidst us. We also have amidst us Dr. Professor Owen Bhattacharjee. He's a professor at NIT, National Institute of Technology, Meghalaya. He also is the member of the State Steering Committee for Implementation of NEP Government of Meghalaya. He also has been associated with many other activities of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Cultural Center, and also is a member of the Managing Committee of Ramakrishna Mission Shillong. So we welcome you, sir. Thank you so much. And may I request all the judges kindly to come and take their chairs, and may I request our convener, Saurabh Thapa, kindly to just apprise them of the marks and how to do it on the tab. And in our introduction, last but not the least, the most important person of the debate. His name, though he doesn't speak, his name is Speaker, and a debate competition pivots around him. This is for the first time, the personality of the stature of a Vice Chancellor is here today with us in managing the debate competition. Dr. Indrajit Dubey, who is the Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Meghalaya. He was a professor of Rajiv Gandhi School of Intellectual Property Law, Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Kharagpur. He has gone on to work as a practitioner of legal executive and academician. His areas of interest include corporate laws, corporate governance, and corporate environmental governance. He has been teaching these and allied courses at undergraduate and postgraduate levels for more than 15 years in different universities, national law schools, and management schools. So a personality of his stature is today here as a speaker. So all the participants, be aware, he's a man from the law department. Anytime, any breach of law, you may be booked anytime. Okay. Sir, may I request you kindly to come on the dais and take your seat. It is a proud privilege for all of us that a personality of your stature is here as the speaker of the debate. So our mini parliament shall begin with the speaker taking over the church. On behalf of Ramakrishna Mission Shillong, once again, we extend all of you a very, very hearty welcome, and I'm sure you are going to enjoy this debate competition. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you very much indeed, and over to our speaker, sir. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to you in 49th Cultural Competition. And today is a debate over the multidisciplinary approach of NEP. 2020 will be successful. Let me put a caveat. I never chair any debate session, so it might so happen I might made a mistake as a speaker, and if I'm doing, I'll request all of you to correct me. Having said that, I will love all the young participant your thought, how you are looking into it, and do you like? Are you happy with this? Uh, if I can be allowed for speak 2 3 minutes, I will tell you my journey as a student when I pass out +2. And initially I took admission as a medical student. After a few days, I felt that it is too much and I'm not really liking it because what I want to study, I'm not getting there. Then I thought possibly I should go into more, social science, political science, and all this. And I took admission there in a political science. Studied for 3 months, and again I dropped it. Then I thought somebody told you might get an interest in anthropology. So I took an admission, and then I found it is very, stereotype, very, tightly knit. I have to study something which I don't want to study. And again, I have left that. So my father was very concerned that ultimately this boy will be educated at all or he will not be educated. And somebody in my family, who is a very senior uncle, he said, why can't you take a law as a course? Because I never knew at the time that you can study the law after +2. So I went to the law college and I didn't like the subject most, but I like my teacher. He was started talking about the several things, interconnected of the disciplines. And I thought I should be like him. And that's how I stayed back into the law. And I always felt that, we should have a flexibility, what I want to learn, not what university propose me to learn or what university gives the program to me. So in that particular context, possibly NEP is very relevant, right? It is giving you a large flexibility, what you want to learn, right? So my fascination was at that in my time, the computer was just coming into, the school education. So my fascination was I should learn the history and computer together. And that kind of combinations were not there. It was not being allowed, right? So possibly NEP, give you that particular platform. And that's what we are also experimenting in National Law University. And I personally believe I'm not influencing your mind, right? If you are speaking against, you should speak against, and you should speak against. There should be a flexibility. There should be immersiveness. Learning has to be immersive. You love so much that you don't want to leave, right? It should be socially relevant. And it should adopt the influence of technology, right? Because technology is changing very fast and it is hitting the way we used to learn until now. So with this, I like to listen to all of you, and I believe if you can start thinking today, like my thought at that day, that I didn't like this close way of learning. Now I'm trying to putting it or experimenting it with the new university. So one day you will be also vice chancellor. So if you have a thought differently, then that day will experiment. With this, welcome to all of you, uh, and let us start. Uh, so I will request uh, serial number 9. It's Subhangi Chaudhary uh, in the favor of the motion, and serial number 12, Gracie Das against the motion. Oh, okay. Who are the leaders here? Okay. So, can you select your leader? Can you select your leader in both the side? Who will be your leader? You can open the session and then after that we'll get the speaker. So I'll give you a 1 minute time. So while you are deciding that who will be your leader, let me read out the rules. So the leader of the treasury branch and opposition to initiate the debate with their views. Time allotted to each of them is 6 minutes. At the end of the 5 minutes, a warning bell will sound, followed by the final bell at the 6th minute, by which time the speaker must conclude the speech. For other speaker, the time allotted is 4 minutes. At the end of the 3 minute, a warning bell will ring, followed by the final bell. Reading out from the prepared speech shall be liable the participant ineligible for any prize. So you have to be spontaneous, right? However, a participant may use pen paper for writing down the points for counter argument. That's a good thing. And the last one is leaders of the treasury and opposition will get another chance towards close of the debate to sum up and conclude the debate within another 2 minutes of time. And no marks for conclusion. So I think now all of you know the rules, right? So can I know who is the leader of a treasury branch and opposition? So you'll be the leader? Okay. And who will be the leader? You will be the leader. Okay. So can you proceed with the okay. So serial number is 26. And what is your good name? Arman Tandam. Okay. So you are speaking against the favor for the motion. Okay. And what's the good name? Huh? What is the serial number? 22. Yes, so cleric is 22. He will speak against the motion. So we can start with you. In favor of the motion, so now Arman is speaking. Yes, Arman, welcome to the stage and you can start.
Audible?
You are. Go ahead.
So could I know when the time limit starts, when the counter starts? I can start. We say life is a band of 7 colors and education is the prism. But where do you eventually lead to with this uneducated chauvinism? The seeds you sow and the notions you enact is only going to make it worse. So wake up, my people, otherwise you'll be begotten by the future generation's curse. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Arman Tandon and I stand here firmly for the motion that the multidisciplinary approach of the new Education Policy 2020 will not be successful. The new Education Policy 2020 is not like sunshine during the rain, so least expect a rainbow as you advocate for a greater bane. A multidisciplinary approach change in our age-old education system sounds quite melodious, doesn't it? Being able to choose whatever you want, whenever you do, and under no pressure at all. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is a paradox. Imagine a future where a heart surgeon performs a flawless triple bypass surgery but has to rush to the court to defend his client. And why so? Because he fancied wearing a black suit around himself. I wish all the very best to the members of the worthy opposition implementing such a multidisciplinary approach in a country where our teachers just don't talk about resistance but are themselves resistant to change. This multidisciplinary approach sounds like such a fantastic idea, doesn't it? Being able to offer, just like a buffet, everything from astrophysics to Zumba and all under one roof. But let's be real for a moment. This is just like gathering colorful paint and splashing it out at the canvas, hoping it turns to be the Mona Lisa. Well, if exams weren't enough already, ladies and gentlemen, then best wishes to you in creating a new method of examination to assess and compare between a child who cooks delicious scrambled eggs and another who sings something just like this by Coldplay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in a country like ours where the quality of teachers is degrading daily, what are we supposed to do? Shouldn't the teachers be multidisciplined as well to assess these very students? Let me tell you, this is a country that is growing rapidly, but a multidisciplinary approach will only lead to a failure. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk so much about inclusiveness, but this is the very same policy that wasn't even passed in the parliament in the very first place. We talk about regional language. This policy encompasses around how education will shift to regional languages or to Hindi. Curriculums from the textbooks will change into the Hindi language, preferably up to class 8. So good luck translating. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth into the Hindi language. My people, realize that we don't need the master of all. That this, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need the master of all, we need the master of one. We don't need the jack or Jill of all trades, we are happy with one. Ladies and gentlemen, so embrace what you have already said. Because this, ladies and gentlemen, is the path to destroy, and this won't leave you with any joy any further. This is just an adieu that you will soon meliorate in the days to come. This is a curse. This is something which your future generations will curse you over and say and blame it all on you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, I would like to end my case, but not my cause, that the multidisciplinary approach of the new Education Policy 2020 will not be successful at all. Thank you.
So this is a study I conducted regarding the NEPs. I would like to present to you as part of the debate.
Thank you. Okay, Miss. You may start now.
Shekhar Gupta, editor of news agency The Press, said, and I quote, "Our system is too exam-centric. It is a Russian roulette. You may get good, decent marks, but if you don't, you are out." Mr. Speaker, these are not unbased claims because as per the gross enrollment ratio, which shows the number of students in school as compared to those who are eligible but are not in school, class 6 to 8, it's 90.9%, 9 to 10, it's 79.3%, and 11 to 12 is 56.5%. Mr. Speaker, before moving on forward, I would like to thank the opposition for giving us a tiny brief of what the policy is about. Mr. Speaker, now we know what is the policy, but why is the policy? Well, 20 years since it was last reformed, it is a necessity. But it was influenced by one more factor, and that is the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic. Well, the COVID pandemic barred children from face-to-face interactions with the teachers, let alone the fact that online classes were little to no fruitful at all. I think that my opposition members do agree with that. Do you agree with that? Yes, they do agree with that. Okay, so moving on to class 11 and 12 students, they are given only three choices: arts, science, or commerce. They may choose it, or someone else might choose it. Who knows? But then it is unique to every household. Students are expected to be contented as well as perform equally well in all the subjects of their opted stream. But Mr. Speaker, as per a survey conducted from the 26th of June to the 7th of July, consisting of 725 students from 10 higher secondary institutions in Shillong, showed that 66% of the students believe that they cannot perform equally well in all the subjects of their stream. Mr. Speaker, the topic once again, the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 will not be successful. The end result is something which applies to the 20th century. A person here who pursues arts goes for bureaucracy, science, medics, and commerce, financial institutions. But this is the 21st century, where having basic background in general subjects greatly help us in our employment. An accountant is required to have expertise not only in economics and mathematics, but also computer science. An archaeologist, how does he figure out the date of a fossil? It's only when he applies the scientific method of carbon dating, relative dating, that is able to do so. Geology, the first subject to come to mind is obviously geography. But the scientific definition of geology is the study of the physical history of the earth with regards to its physical, chemical, and biological change. Here are some raw examples, Mr. Speaker, but here we can draw an idea of how having basic ideas and knowledge of different subjects help us in our future career, directly or indirectly. This reminds me of an old Hindi metaphor, pare farsi beche tel, which means that we educate ourselves to do one thing and when doing on something else. And this is comparable to today because students, even till today, are learning subjects in school which they will not be implementing, using in their future career. As per the survey again, Mr. Speaker, the question being, will you take up another subject as your main subjects you're interested if given the chance? An astounding 85% of the respondents responded in affirmative. Mr. Speaker, the NEP aims at giving students a chance to choose subject of their choices. There will be curriculum areas which can be said to be groupings such as social science, science technology, mathematics and computing, and the subjects which fall within these are disciplines. These may include history, chemistry, biology, etc. A student under this policy is required to choose not 6, not 5, but only 4 subjects they're interested in, and are expected to complete 4 semesters, 2 in 11 and 2 in 12. Mr. Speaker, a student may choose PCM. If that's too hectic, they can choose music. Isn't that great? In my point of view, it is. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, as per the survey once again, the question being, matricular examination puts a lot of pressure on students. The thought of, I have only one chance at this. If I miss the bus, I miss it. The question is, does preparation for board examination put pressure on the students? And an astounding 74% of the participants said yes. Mr. Speaker, the NP again to the rescue because it will give and advocates for idea where matricular examination will be held in modules. This will reduce the stress on students and simultaneously motivate them. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion to this, it can be said to be a for-benefit policy. Students will be allowed to choose subject of their choices, the subjects they see a scope in their future career. Students will get in-depth knowledge of a particular subject that they choose in because they're going to have 4 semesters in the particular subject. 3, students will have access to online resources wherever they may be and through many sources, and 4 matricular examinations will be held in modules. Under such circumstances, Mr. Speaker, when the policy here is something which will not benefit you or the adult audience here, I find it hard to contemplate that the opposition will speak against something which will benefit they themselves. Thank you.
So now I think floor is open because your leader has spoken in favor and against the motion. So we are going to go ahead with the speaker. So I believe Sivangi is speaking in favor. Sivangi Chaudhary, serial number 9, and Gracie Das, serial number 12, speaking against the motion, right? So should we start with the against or we start with the favor? You can also go to your place. So you can start in the favor of the motion and then you can come. You can stand there. Okay. Yes. So can we now start with Subhangi, serial number 9? Yes, Subhangi.
I quote Swami Vivekananda on one of his definitions of education. Education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. Good afternoon, respected judges, my peers, and the wonderful audience. Today, I, Shubhangi Chaudhary, am here to speak for the motion, the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful. I quote Swami Vivekananda once again. We want education by which character is formed, strength of mind is increased, and by which one can stand on one's own feet. A good education not only helps us learn skills, but helps us broaden horizons, gain better perspective, and to think for oneself. NEP 2020 promises to improve and enhance our education system, but will it aid us to high fly? Now, NEP puts a lot of emphasis on the importance of vocational skills and increasing the choice of subjects. Implementation of skill subjects is the lion's share of this policy, but executing this point requires employment of new teachers and increasing the number of classrooms. First of all, there is a dearth of trained and qualified teachers. There are nearly 1.2 lakh schools in India with just one teacher each. And second, most schools in India do not have the amenities or finances required for the development of infrastructure. According to the annual status of education report, 82% of rural schools in India require renovation due to their poor conditions. Now, my worthy opponents might say that these problems can be overcome. But tell me, how many schools in India have the capacity to get the better of the same? Even though an ambitious target of public spending at 6% of GDP has been set, it remains doubtful. Implementation of skill subjects will also result in diversion of a student's focus from the main subjects. Let's say you have to reach the 3rd floor of a building and the options available are the stairs or the elevator. What would one prefer? Most of us would prefer the elevator, even if taking the stairs is better for our health. Skill subjects will act as this elevator for students, as it is easier to score in skill subjects in comparison to main subjects like physics and chemistry. My worthy opponent has mentioned that we'll be able to take any subjects of our choice. But let's say if you're taking physics without maths, you won't be able to pursue it further. If you're taking chemistry without physics, you won't be able to pursue it further. So that's why we have streams with certain subject combinations. Multilingualism and the power of language talks about how children learn and grasp non-trivial concepts more quickly in their mother tongue or home language. Now, it is omniscient that India is a diverse country with 22 official languages. But does anybody know how many mother tongues are spoken in India? There are more than 19,500 mother tongues spoken in India. In a classroom with students from across the country speaking different mother tongues, how can the medium of instruction be one's home language? Doing this would not only divide the students, but promote groupism as well. Another thing NEP desires to do is reduce curriculum content. But in this mission to, I quote, enhance critical learning and essential thinking, NEP is
Shubhangi, I think your time got over.
yes, sir.
So
As
you
I'm
can
on the
conclude.
verge of concluding the topic, I express my serious doubts on NEP taking initiatives to make our education system better than the present one. Thank you.
So, Rishi, you can come in now.
The roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet, Aristotle rightly said, which is becoming relevant regarding the new NEP 2020. I am hereby standing against the motion and I disagree that the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful. The National Education Policy NEP 2020 aims to revolutionize the education system in India. One of the key aspects of this policy is the emphasis on a multidisciplinary approach in education. What is a multidisciplinary approach? A multidisciplinary approach in education is an approach to learn that takes into account different disciplines, subjects, and perspectives. As my worthy opponent had said, wouldn't it pressurize the student to take many subjects? In the NEP, you have to take just 4 subjects. Wouldn't it pressurize the student to take many subjects? This multidisciplinary education encourages students to broaden their learning beyond traditional boundaries, explore multiple perspectives, and cultivate new skills. A multidisciplinary approach provides a more comprehensive education by exposing students to a diverse range of courses. This technique provides a well-rounded education that covers a wide range of topics while also encouraging students to follow their own interests. Through a multidisciplinary approach, a student gains a number of skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, time management, self-management, communication and writing, analysis and research methodologies, teamwork, and much more. Thank you.
So, may I now call upon Ashmita Kaur. Number is 14 in favor of the motion. And then 56, and if I pronounce your name not correctly, pardon me, is Z Khashang, right? Sorry if I pronounce wrongly. Okay, so you can start now, Ashmita, and she will follow.
Today, the debate competition started a little late. क्या ये opposition वालों की चाल है? India is a plural society, both in letter and spirit. It is rightly characterized by its unity in the midst of overwhelming diversity. India is home to multiple religious ideas, varied linguistic diversities, languages, race, caste, culture, geography, settlement patterns, and regional identities. And yet, an attempt is being made to bring in the national education policy that is overambitious and unrealistic in its scope and timeline, not based on sufficient evidence and consultation with practitioners and experts, and is insensitive to the diversity of India's culture, religion, language, and identity. Can one size fit all? Good afternoon, Speaker Sir, members of this august House, my colleagues from the Treasury bench, and my friends from the opposition. I, Ashita Kar, of Class 9 of Kendra Vidyalaya EAC Upper Shillong, stand before you in support of this motion and explain to you all why NEP 2020 will not be successful in India. Firstly, sample the sheer size and diversity of India's education sector. India is home to more than 15 lakh schools, 29 crore students, 90 lakh teachers, over 1,000 universities, and 40,000 colleges. NEP is going to be a mammoth exercise involving stakeholders at the state, district, and block levels. Creating a shared responsibility and ownership amongst key stakeholders with so much of diversity is going to be a major challenge. Speaker Sir, the success of the NEP depends on the state's capacity. India's education is underfunded, marred by red tape, and lacks capacity for innovation. Moving away from a rigid, content-driven rote learning system to experiential learning and critical thinking would require a revolutionary change in the attitude of the people running the education system, and not just teachers, students, or parents. Are we ready for this? The answer is a no. Speaker Sir, the success of the NEP depends on the extent of cooperation between the center and states. A number of states ruled by non-NDA parties have raised objections to several key provisions of the NEP and the manner in which they are being rolled out. Tamil Nadu has recently decided not to implement the NEP. Is it not proof enough? Do we really need any rhetorical justification from the members of the opposition? Please, do not count your chickens before they hatch. Here in Meghalaya, our education minister has recently stated that most of the heads of institutes are not ready to implement the NEP from 2024-25 session. In fact, just earlier, NEHU has given 1-year extension to colleges not ready to implement NEP. Hence, I say this, do not bring this policy without clearing the impediments. Speaker Sir, the role of private sector in higher education cannot be ignored. Can the government control the private sector from further commercializing education? Again, the answer is a no. I thank the chair for giving me the opportunity and time to articulate my views.
Well, you can start now.
Good afternoon to our respected speaker and everyone present here. Today, I will be speaking against the motion, the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 will not be successful. Why will the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 will be successful? Why will the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 be successful? The multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 will be successful because, number one, holistic development. The multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 ensures that all students receive a well-rounded education that goes beyond traditional subject boundaries. By implementing various disciplines, students develop critical thinking, problem-solving abilities, and a broader perspective. Number two, real-world relevance. In today's complex society, it is impossible to solve problems by one discipline alone, which is why the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 equips students with a comprehensive understanding of real-world problems, promoting a practical approach to finding various solutions for various issues. Number 3, flexibility and choice. The focus of education should not be on suppressive information, but on kindling the thirst for knowledge. This is a quote said by Jagi Vasudev. But now the question is, how do we kindle the thirst for knowledge? The answer is simple. By giving the students more flexibility and choice in choosing their subjects based on their interest and talents, this will promote a sense of motivation in learning, and eventually the thirst of knowledge will develop, leading to better academic performance. In conclusion, the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP will be successful because this approach leads to the overall development of students and will prepare them better for the future. Thank you.
Well, now may I invite Shreyasi, serial number 49, against the motion, and Rizal Islam, 48, in favor of the motion.
Educate and raise the masses, and thus alone a nation is possible. With these empowering words of Swami Vivekananda, I stand here today in support of the motion that says the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful. Today, I stand here also to expose the hypocrisy that is surrounded around this policy. And it is evident that how media and other different organizations are trying to overhype it without checking into a ground. If we check the ground reality, it says something else. Good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Muhammad Rizal Islam. Let us try to understand what this multidisciplinary approach speaks about. Respected speaker, it refers to an approach which provides comprehensive education by exposing different types of subjects and different type of disciplines in one curriculum. But is it possible? Sounds sweet, right? It sounds very amusing to the public, but is it possible? I would like to highlight some of the key factors and real evidences that is found around. The NAP focuses on 5+4+4+3 system of education, and also it imposes of including different kind of vocational trainings and different programs. I think I have heard this plan earlier too. That is named as Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, that was implemented in 2015. It tried to educate the citizens of India by inculcating vocational trainings and all. But if we check the reality now, it is found that only 20% of them were given placements and jobs. Also speaking about introduction of vocational code at the tender age of 14. Those kids who are oriented on going to school and learning about subjects that they need in life, together we are trying to inculcate a vocational course with them. But let us try to assume that I myself is from a very poor background. If I am being trained to get some vocational courses, it will make my mind that I should go for that course and leave my studies and engage myself in earning because my family is in problem. This would lead to an increase in child labor because the mindset of the poor people lies in earning. And as it is said, getting the taste of money at a young age lets the money control you. So if we analyze the school system, the provisions provided in NAP also speaks about introducing of foreign languages. Yesterday, I called my sister, since I was researching about this topic too. My sister is in school level. She was accounting herself, and I asked her, since her school introduced the course of German, and I teased her that you were so lucky that you got this chance. But in reality, the teacher herself is trying to get that knowledge. This speaks about that India is still not ready for this. Also, I would like to focus on the inclusive of mother tongue. In India, there are more than 19,000 languages that speaks about every state, every province has different languages. Is it possible to translate all of those and make them learn about and study about them? India is one of the largest English-speaking nation in the world. This speaks that English has a major role. The NEP also tries to decrease the emphasis of English, which would lead to delay in learning of the English language. So the opposition says about the provinces that our education system is bad. But if it's that so, we have produced a lot of CEOs that are running in America. Thank you.
So, Shashi, you may start now.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, respected Sir Speaker, respected jury members, members of the proposition, and everyone seated over here. The motion of the House is multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful. And I stand here against the motion, and I feel that it's a revolutionary step adapted by the government to establish India's ascent in the education sector. NEP 2020, just as the name suggests, came into being in the year 2020 on 29th August, which outlines the vision of a new education system in India. And as soon as it came into effect, the multidisciplinary approach of the policy was the buzzword. And why was it the buzzword? Because it's the need of the hour. On that note, I'd love to question the proposition as to why don't they believe the policy is implemented by the government? Why don't they believe in a government which is elected by themselves? And why don't they invest their support in them when the government is trying its best to improve the quality of education in India? We'll certainly leave that as a food for thought for the proposition. The multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 is a total hit. And why do I say that? Why do I support that? Because of the following stated reason and statistics. According to NEP 2020, the government's highest priority, I repeat, the government's highest priority is to achieve foundational literacy and numeracy by all students by grade 3. And just like the proposition questioned on the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 statement, I doubt why would they question on something which is aimed at building a strong base of early childhood care and education from age 3. Does that mean that the proposition apparently wants that learning shouldn't be holistic and integrated? Interesting, quite interesting. Multilingualism, which also comes under multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020, is a total game changer. High quality textbooks, including science, has been introduced. And why do I say that it's a total game changer? I'm an Assamese, I belong to the state of Assam, where students do not get the environment to foster English speaking and writing skills. But when the multidisciplinary approach came into being, students fell in love with English as well as they didn't feel condescended because they love their mother tongue as well. I love my mother tongue. I hope the proposition loves it too. The proposition also questioned about that, can one size fit all? No, one size cannot fit all. And apparently, that's why there's the 3-language formula. But I don't think so. The proposition is really clear on that. I get the idea that no one likes to read a 60-page draft of a policy. But we should also remember that the 3-language policy gives the choice to the students to choose any 2 subjects which are native to the Indian subcontinent, and one should be English. The multidisciplinary approach also emphasizes on pupil-teacher ratio, which was worse. We have seen a pupil-teacher ratio of 30:1, but the NEP 2020 multidisciplinary approach focuses on 25:1 PTR, which is pupil-teacher ratio by the year 2030. Also, I'd like to add that according to the UDIAC 2016-2017 data, about 19.6% of the students belong to scheduled class dropout at the primary level. This is because they do not get the chance to pick their loved subjects. I have a long list of reasons, but due to paucity of time, I have to refrain myself. But to the last breath, I'll support the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020. Thank you.
So now let me call upon serial number 23, Dishti Aghari, right? And she is in favor of the motion, and she will be countered by Tamanna Sarma, serial number 52. So, Drishti, welcome on the podium, and Tamanna also you can position yourself. And may I request you one thing, because once we are speaking for and against, don't leave the podium until your opponent spoke, right? So then it will be good, right? Yeah. So please start.
NEP would increase dropout rates in schools and colleges, says a panel of experts. Very good afternoon, everyone present here. My name is Drishti Agrari, and I will be speaking for the motion, the multidisciplinary approach of 2020 will not be successful. So what basically is this NEP? The NEP replaces the previous 10+2 format of education. The NEP suggests what we call is the three-language formula. Under this three-language formula, they initiate that primary education is done in the vernacular languages alongside English. However, do we realize that India is a country having 22 official languages, more than 19,000 mother tongues, and innumerable dialects? So English thus becomes the medium of connection between all the students in a class. Now imagine if I go like, "Shiksha niti ke lagu karen, ego chadhai wala kaam." Can you guys understand this? No, right? Exactly, this is my point. English still remains the main language in contemporary India. The NEP also talks something about para-teachers. What are exactly these para-teachers? They are temporary teachers that are offered a minimum salary of 3,000 to 5,000 to teach in these schools. However, it is hideous to expect these very teachers to teach skills like critical thinking when all they're being offered is just 3,000 a month. Mr. Speaker, the NEP also talks about something we call vocational training, which is basically skills, life skills like plumbing, mechanics, and all that stuff. However, India, where being a doctor, an engineer, or a failure are the only three options that are given by the society, how do we expect vocational trainings to be included? I mean, I cannot imagine myself going to my parents and saying that my school is teaching me to become a plumber. I can already expect the chapel coming across from the room. Mr. Speaker, we see that whenever we have to implement a policy, the biggest factor is the funding. Our government has always promised that they would be spending at least 6% of their GDP in education. However, there hasn't been a single year when we've seen anything more than 2.9% of the GDP being included in education. Mr. Speaker, thus it is very clear that the implementation of this policy on such a big population, the lack of funding, the lack of proper curriculum, and most importantly, the resistance to change in our society is what would cause this very policy to fail. We realize that even though we allow students to take up a science subject with a commerce one, they are still studying the same old and outdated syllabus. Another example I have here is this very job application. Can you guess what the first criteria is? The candidate applying should be fluent in English. Now, this is the biggest drawback for someone who is not fluent in the language and misses a very golden opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thus, we must think one thing, that is the NEP just too good to be true? Does it just sound good on pen and paper? And will the implementation of NEP just be a long lost stream? With this, I rest my case and conclude that the the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful. Thank you.
So, Tamanna, you can start now.
Sure, sir. So, this house believes that basically multidisciplinary approach of NEP is not successful. So here I'm going to start with what basically we are going to debate on. We are basically going to debate on what the multidisciplinary approach is and how this is not going to be successful. Right. Here in my stand, I would like to say that multidisciplinary approach is not just studying one subject from a single particular point or emphasizing on one thing. Multidisciplinary approach is something that you are studying a single domain with the vision of another multiple subjects, right? Let me take you to the history where we have basically started how multidisciplinary approach was started and how it has been successful throughout. In 1959, the celebrated novelist C.P. Snow delivered an influential lecture titled The True Structure of the Scientific Revolution at the Society of Cambridge, in which the Snow argued that the intellectual life of the whole of the Western society was split into two cultures of science and social science, and that this was the major hindrance to solving the world's problem. Snow argued that the practitioners in both the areas should instead build the bridges to further the progress of human knowledge and to benefit society. Studying different subjects can therefore bring a perspective to many different issues. Back in 1980s, when the first time chemotherapy was introduced with the radiotherapy, it was proven that with the multidisciplinary of both the topics together, the survival chances became much better. So, we all know that starting different subjects can therefore bring a different perspective to different issues. For example, if we are talking about a very common problem of climate change can not only be studied from a particular perspective of ecology, geography, or psychology or politics, but we can study it in these disciplines together. And then we have a better knowledge of what could be the problem and persecutions of these particular subjects in reference to the solution of the climate change which we are facing together. And back in the time, all the knowledge is often organized into clearly defined subject-specific boxes. There is still a lot of knowledge that falls into the gray part, which particular subjects are not able to define in their own selves. And that's why it is within these gaps that multidisciplinary experts work, as it's clear that many of the world's greatest challenges cannot be solved by a single subject. And this is one of the greatest strengths of studying in this way, because people would have a depth part of knowledge of a particular subject, not from a one perspective, but from the perspective of many ways. And education doesn't matter if I opt for medical with ecology. If I am being a doctor, it doesn't matter that ecology is not participating in my day-to-day working life, but knowledge can never go in vain. We can always have knowledge. All right, and the last, I would like to conclude why this is going to be successful in India. We are having a long list of data in which we have seen that children from India are participating in the Cambridge, Oxford, and other prestigious universities. The reason is not only these universities being too prestigious, but also the multidisciplinary approach they are proving to be successful since the years. And when we know that our children are looking something in which they can excel in a better way, why to go out? Why not we should imply this multidisciplinary approach in India itself to provide the kind of knowledge and quality of education they deserve and are being seeking in the foreign language, but not in India. With this, I'd like to conclude and say that multidisciplinary approach is definitely going to be successful, because this is going to provide you with a lot sum of knowledge, motivation, and the confidence to connect with the world with the depth of knowledge which are lying in the gray areas of different subjects. Thank you.
So may I now call upon Neha Jadhav in favor of the motion, and Neha Jadhav's serial number is 29, and 34 is JB Saini. JB? Well, this is not there. Oh, but it's okay. So I can call upon then Rohan Bhattacharya against the motion. Serial number is 36. Okay, Neha, you can start.
Good morning, everyone present here. Sorry, good evening, everyone present here. So, I am on the behalf of NEP Approach 2020 will not be successful. Yes, it will not be successful because many men now till now in India, many of them they are not getting education. Many of the poor background children are not getting education. So the government should focus on giving education to them instead of extending the years of education and semesters and time. I would like to include that India is sorry, pardon me. I would like to say that how can we have 22 schedule of language, then how can everyone get the opportunity that can learn by these languages and sorry, pardon me. I will come in our own state, Meghalaya, where we don't have a proper electricity in many villages, many places, not even a proper road to work, not even a proper thing. And should government not focus on that instead of focusing on this NEP approach of 2020?
Yeah, not to worry. Feel relaxed and speak then.
Till now, many poor peoples are not getting education in a proper way. So instead of wasting time on this 8 semesters and 4 years of studying and this 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, they would regard to be where they are. Many of the many of the students will not uh, thank you.
So Rohan, you can start now.
Nelson Mandela once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respected speaker, judges, and all the people in the audience. Today's debate topic is the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful, and I am speaking against the motion. Education, a basic need and necessity for every person living on this planet Earth. India follows a 10+2 system of education, which refers to 2 years of schooling post grade 10. Now, the real question posed in this debate is whether the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will succeed or not. Yes, it will. Let me elaborate. On 29 July 2020, the Union Cabinet of India launched this new education policy outlining the new education system of India. This education policy enacts numerous changes to the education system of India. Now, what are some of the benefits of this policy? First of all, the 10+2 system of education will now be replaced with a 5+3+3+4 system of education, which will benefit students in multiple ways. The first 5 years of schooling, which will include 3 years of preschool, followed by classes 1 and 2, will mainly focus on activity-based learning. The next 3 years of schooling, which will include classes 3 to 5, will gradually introduce various new subjects. The following 3 years after that, which include classes 6 to 8, will gradually again introduce various science and social science related subjects. Now, the biggest benefit for us class 9 to 12 students is that these 4 years will offer multiple options of subjects to students to choose whatever they like. Nowadays, people choose science stream after class 10 these days due to family pressure or thinking that science ही तो है, easy है, रट्टा मार के पास हो जाऊंगा. But then later on, they regret this decision of theirs when they have to spend sleepless nights studying subjects that they don't even have interest in. These students will hugely benefit from this policy as they will get multiple subjects to choose from which they like. Spend sleepless nights on subjects that they actually prefer. The exam load will also be exponentially decreased, as instead of giving exams every year, students have to give exams only thrice, that is, in classes 2, 5, and 8. In classes 2, 5, and 8. The 10 and 12 board exams will also be redesigned so that students will be given 2 attempts to clear this exam. So people considering exams a load and thinking that exams pass aaye, dil ghabraye, will now be relieved. So, is the NEP 2020 going to succeed? Yes, it absolutely will. It will not only benefit the students in choosing subjects that they actually like, but will also relieve some of the stress that the students face these days. I would like to conclude my discourse with a question to the audience, that whether they would like the students to lead a life full of stress or a life of reduced stress. And with this, I would like to rest my case here. Thank you.
So now I will call upon Shayantani Dev, serial number 17, in the favor of the motion, and Gracie Maishanam, if I have not pronounced correctly, please pardon me. You can proceed. So she will oppose the motion, and serial number is 16. Yes, Shantini, you can proceed now.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. So I would like to start with a question. If you had to choose to be good at something or nothing, what would it be? Of course, all of us would choose to be at least good at something. So the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 will not be successful is the motion, and I will be arguing for it. So the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 states that the student from class 8 will be allowed to choose his own path and choose any subject that he would like to pursue. He can choose any subject which he would like instead of the present three streams, which are science, commerce, and arts. There will be no such streams in the new education. But the main thing that we have to focus on is the infrastructure. Will the government improve the infrastructure of all the schools? Now, even now, the infrastructure of many schools in India are really bad. So in the future, will it improve? I don't think so. As we know, that there are lots of difficulties faced by students in giving board exams. But isn't it a good thing if you think about it? The students will have a goal. They'll know where they are good at and where they're bad. They will be able to think for their future. How will they proceed further in life? If the board exams are given in if the students are giving 2 chances in board exams, don't you think they'll take the first chance for granted? Now, the student in the multidisciplinary approach will lose sight of what he truly wants to do. He'll be distracted by all the different vocational subjects chosen by him. Suppose a student takes physics, chemistry, let's say music, and art. So won't he be distracted by all the vocational subjects? How will he excel in even one of those fields if he has to focus on everything? How will he get employment if he's not specialized in even one of the things? So as I said in the beginning, would you rather choose to be good at something or nothing? In the present system, we can at least be good at something. But in the new educational policy, we have to, all of us are not good at everything. So, but how do you expect us to excel at everything? So according to me, this new educational policy, especially the multidisciplinary approach, will not be successful because all of us cannot focus on everything at once. And we will at least have something to do when we are employed. If we have at least one qualification which we are specialized in, then we can at least pursue it instead of doing everything all at once. It will cause chaos in the student's mind. This is all I have to say. Thank you.
Shogeshi?
I would like to quote John F. Kennedy, "Change is the law of life, and those who only seek to past and present are certain to not see the future." Well, when we are talking about, I'd like to start again. As I'm standing here, I am presenting my views on the opposition on what the House says that multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be a successful one. Good afternoon, Speaker Sir. So as everyone has almost heard what is this NEP about, what is this multidisciplinary approach about, I would not like to repeat on what it is or what it has got to do with the new generation. but I'll just speak on what I have my views about it and replacing all the facts that everyone has stated. When we are speaking about multidisciplinary, everyone thinks is that it is the combination of all the subjects that we want to take, and it will be a mixture of everything, and it will be a chaos in our brain. But is it so? Because multidisciplinary approach is open to students as a thing that the students who want to take their hands or who want to give their hands at different subjects, which are now categorized as science, arts, and commerce. For example, I was quite interested in chemistry, and I had taken the science stream till I was in 12th. But I hated physics and maths, and there were two of the subjects which were my downfall in my results. But then again, if I wanted to take chemistry during my time, I had to also opt for physics, maths, or bio, which I didn't want to do so. And so I eventually went for English because I thought it's easy. But then again, when I have came in this graduation part and I have taken subjects which are related to English, such as sociology, history, those are only part till the third semester of my education, which actually bores me again because they are same kind of the studies. So with this multidisciplinary approach, when one says that they will be getting distracted due to the different subjects, there is also a positive outlook that you will not only get distracted, but you will also be enlightened in different aspects. No one is telling you to be excelled in only one field. No one is telling you to be excelled in all the fields that you take, but you just have to go to your path, which is only the subject that you want to go to, which can be English as well. But then the other subjects that you'll be opting for will only be helping you so that you will see a clear vision of the subject that you will be taking part. And this multidisciplinary approach is something which is not new because it has been existed in ancient India as well. For example, the Gurukuls in the ancient India, it used the system of the multidisciplinary approach. During that time, there were no examinations. I know that there might be a question saying that, was I present there? No, we were not present there. But then again, there are evidences that the Gurukuls provided vocational education as well as the multidisciplinary approaches, and through that, many people have succeeded. And we can see a glimpse of that in the older people of now generation, in our generation now. But with the coming up of Gen Zs as well, we are keeping up with so many of the trends. So why can't we keep up with the trend of the change in education as well? Would you like to stick to the 34-year-old education policy and not move on forward? We are very much wanting to use the new AI technologies, but then again, we are again stepping back when it's in case of the education that we are pursuing. Are we actually eligible to even use the AI technologies which are planned for the future if we ourselves are not stepping up for the future? And standing on this platform of Ramakrishna Mission, which itself gives out multidisciplinary approach to students, I would say that I'll be firm in my decision that this NEP multidisciplinary approach will be a successful one. Thank you.
Sure. Now I will call upon serial number 18, Ronak Das, in favor of the motion, and serial number 19, Nisha Rai, against the motion.
Good afternoon, Speaker Sir, and everyone present here. In the opinion of the House, the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 will not be successful, and I support the motion. Speaker Sir, to successfully implement the multidisciplinary approach, proper legislation and execution is required. Firstly, this approach towards education has lack of specialization as it involves experts from various disciplines, as a result of which the risk of diluting expertise and depth in each field of teaching arises. Secondly, according to me, this approach cannot be accepted. We can say so as integrating experts from various disciplines requires effective coordination and cooperation. However, the diverse the term, the greater is the potential for miscommunication. Speaker Sir, One of my most important motives to oppose this approach is that it contains the problems of biases. When multiple disciplines come together, the problem of different perspectives and biases may arise, and the solution to be arrived at will take longer time than that the multidisciplinary approach took time to be approved. Again, this approach is opposed as it contains the problems of time constraints. Because a multidisciplinary team will be difficult to coordinate, which will take a lot of time to organize and come to a consensus. This approach to the education seeks to provide education in a 5+3+3+4 format. Now, my question is it possible for a student of class 8 to choose a stream which will be beneficial for him in the future? Is he enough mature to reason out his potentials? I don't think so. Another reason for me opposing this approach is that it contains the problems of cost and resource restraints. Because it is seen that building and maintaining a multidisciplinary team is a resource initiative which requires investment in terms of finances. Lastly, let me touch upon the problem of teaching in the vernacular languages in the lower classes. My question is it possible for a teacher to teach in a class comprising of 30 to 40 students, consisting of students from 10 to 12 different language backgrounds? The solution to it can only be appointing 10 teachers for taking one class. That is again debatable. So, what if a student goes to the UK or US for further studies? Does he waste 3 more years for mastering English? That's an additional burden. Speaker sir, even if all the other problems are solved, the main problem, that is to execute the multidisciplinary approach, is a mammoth task. And if the plan is not implemented in a proper manner, the whole concept remains an illusion. I quote unquote Mark Hurd, without execution, vision is just another word for hallucination. And NEP 2020 is ripe for debate. I rest my case. Thank you.
So you can start your counter.
Good evening, Speaker Sir, and everyone present here. In the opinion of the House, the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP 2020 will not be successful, and I do not support the motion. I quote unquote Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, "When we think we know, we cease to learn." The quote summarizes everything what a modern education learning system ought to be for a society and a nation at large. It should open up new vistas of learning and should also process on learning activities. So, a student should know, and I do not support the motion, as schooling starts at the age group of 3 years. Many things need to be changed in education. We can also achieve it with a multidisciplinary approach. With multidisciplinary learning, a student gains an arsenal skill of activities, and so a student learns and approach the foster creativity. Speaker sir, our current education policy has been seen as promoting rote learning. With NEP, the focus will turn away from rote learning. In fact, the focus will be on multidisciplinary curriculum. The emphasis on developing soft skills, life skills in students will be given. The NEP 2020 is based on few fundamentals such as access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. Built on these foundational pillars, the policy is aligned to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and aims to make India into a vibrant, knowledgeable society and super knowledge global power by making both school and college students' education more holistic.
The NEP emphasizes the need to incorporate the multidisciplinary educational approach into the curriculum for learners from an early age. Learners will have the ability to choose their learning trajectories and programs, thereby progressing accordingly in life. We know change is the order in life. In education, we all need change, and we have to adapt to the changes that will be brought by the multidisciplinary approach of NEP. Speaker, sir, a point that I want to mention here is NEP 2020 focuses on formative assessment rather than summative assessment that encourages today's quote-unquote coaching culture. Adapting to this change, a well-implemented formative assessment will personalize learning experiences. Also, extensive use of technology in teaching and learning, emphasis on promoting multilingualism and Indian languages to vocational education will lead to greater focus on competency-based learning methodologies in the classroom rather than completion of syllabus. To conclude, the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 aims to make education universally accessible with the motto, educate, encourage, enlighten. Thank you. I rest my case.
So may I now call upon Rishi Roshan, serial number 44, and he will speak in favor of the motion. And to oppose him, serial number 24, Farhin Sultana. You can start, Rishi.
Good evening, Honorable Speaker, sir, the jury, and the audience. I'm standing here to speak on the favor that the multidisciplinary approach of the new education policy 2020 will not be successful. There are some major concerns and implications that may arise while implementation of this policy. Some of the potential points I would like to raise up now. The very core issue that we'll face is the implementation of this policy. Implementation of such a complex and comprehensive education policy like New Education Policy 2020 at a national level can be a daunting task. It requires significant coordination between government bodies, educational institutions, stakeholders. Ensuring smooth and efficient execution across different states and regions will be a challenge. So, as we have experienced in the past, it has been a real challenge for us. The other issue that we may face is in resource allocation. The NEP introduces several ambitious changes that may require sustainable financial requirements and infrastructure development, where we see current education system not able to sustain with just 2% of the GDP. How is it possible that adequate funding and resource allocation can be assured to the new education policy? Mr. Speaker, I would even like to quote a point from the speech of Honorable Speaker of Opposition. He stated about online classes. I would even like to tell a country as of India, where the regions are so diverse and the development is varying with levels, the accessibility to education across different regions are very different. There may be challenges in bridging up the educational divide and ensuring adequate access to quality of education for all the students. There's also a point of teachers training. The new policy of education even states a strong emphasis on the role of teachers in transforming the education system. However, we know the current situation of the teachers in the rural part of the country, where teachers do not come to the classes and who are not capable enough to teach the current curriculum. To implement this policy, there have to be professional development programs for teachers. There is even modern methods which we follow in current education policy. Just to apply this policy, we have to build a proper bridge where we cooperate with the modern methods and the traditional methods, which may help us to gain the significance over there. I would like to conclude that the success of the national education policy depends on careful planning, consistent monitoring, active engagement and proper feedback from the stakeholders, and the availability of adequate resources to support its implementation, which we see is not possible in the current situation of the country. Thank you.
So you can start countering.
Wake up, my people, and embrace the power of your creativity swirl. This is your life, your world. Let your heart unfurl. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, I, Farheen, stand before you not as a mere debater, but as a brave defendant of the new education policy 2020. I'd just start by asking you one question. How many of us have not been coerced into taking science in class 11th? Engineering or doctorate, otherwise a void of victory. As someone who wanted to study political science with chemistry, Indian legislation or oxidation reaction was the biggest anomaly. And what about the pressure on the students? We have devices to measure the pressure on the heart, but what about the pressure here? Let me not even start. The new education policy forces students to break the shackles of their dilemma and pursue what they truly adore. Picture this, a classroom where subjects socialize like party goers at a masquerade ball. Mathematics waltzing with history, biology engaging in a small talk with English, chemistry and music sharing the same cup of tea. What an amazing aspect, what a lovely beauty. The new education policy promotes an umbrella of holistic and inclusive education. Respected Speaker, sir, I assure you that my worthy opposition, my opponents are the same people who raise questions and slogans and banners questioning what is wrong with the system rather than correcting the wrong. Imagine a country where every little kid carries a backpack as if it drives him like a pat on the back. Imagine no longer running to someone just to get help with taxes. Imagine being able to stand at your own feet if something critical happens. All this because your country facilitates vocational education. Studying would seem like a hobby. Giving exams too would become a piece of cake, as students would be assessed rather than examined. Education is no longer a wealthy's plight. It is now every human's basic right. Scholarships will start from an early age, and the best of the best foreign universities will invest in our country, opening their branches. Gone are the days when students would succumb to the pressure of studying just one discipline. We have taken the best of the best education systems from Canada, UK, and Finland. A country like ours will no longer hinder to just one discipline. Why do you think India, a diverse land of 140 crore people, still falls short in Nobel Prize? It is all because if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will spend its whole life thinking that it's stupid. The members of my worthy opposition might argue that mixing diverse subjects would only lead to chaos, like tossing a bunch of cats in a room filled with rocking chairs. But let me tell you, cats are fantastic dancers and rocking chairs are highly overrated. So step out of the history that is holding you back and step into the carnival of wisdom that you are willing to create. After all, the pen that writes your story is in no one else's but your hands. With this, I'd like to rest my case. Thank you.
So may I now call upon serial number 43, Gaurav Bahar Ali, right, in favor of the motion, and serial number 37, Diana Das, against the motion. Diana Das, sorry. Go ahead, please.
A very good afternoon, Honorable Speaker, sir, and everyone present here, respected judges. In the opinion of the House, the multidisciplinary approach of the NEP will not be successful. And I believe that it will not. First off, what is NEP? The NEP was approved by the Union Cabinet on 29th July 2020, and it is the first policy in the last 34 years. It will replace the 10 plus 2 with 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, whatever that means. Trust me, I'm as confused as you are. And it will replace with the 10 plus 2 education, which is quite confusing, I know. Further, the NEP is ambitious and futuristic, but much of its success will depend on how it is executed. Mr. Speaker, sir, to quote, actions speak louder than words. And we all know how India has a habit of making the best policies in the world, but cannot say the same about its implementation, because India's policies are only great in theories, but not in practice. There are so many colleges, universities, schools, mostly in the rural areas, who are not even aware of the sea change that NEP plans to bring about in our curriculum. Further, the NEP claims that it will introduce a holistic and multidisciplinary system of education, which basically means it wants the educational institutions to spend a whopping amount in putting these or accommodating these changes in our curriculum. And if NEP is saying that if I am a history student and I can also take chemistry at the same time, imagine taking a history book to a chemistry lab. That is quite conflicting, isn't it? And if I'm taking history and I have the history of the world to be studied, and at the same time I have to play with chemicals, isn't it doomsday every day for us? Isn't it conflicting? Isn't it confusing to study chemistry with history, which has no correlation? Why humanities, science, commerce were introduced? Just because they have subjects that are interrelated to each other. But if NEP is saying that universities should have a multidisciplinary, how about like, if universities are saying that if NEP is saying the universities should have a multidisciplinary, what about those colleges that offers only one stream? Like we have in Shillong, Auxilium School that caters to only humanities. Will these students have to be left out by the opportunities of the NEP? And NEP also claims as a part of the multidisciplinary that it will introduce vocational teaching as one of its primary objectives. We do not have, almost all schools do not have the basic necessities of vocational teaching, equipments, teachers, etc. So why do we need such an educational system that is just going to put a pressure on our economy, on the Indian economy? Why do we need it? In the light of the NEP, scholars like Yoginder Yadav, I'm sure you must have heard of him, he demands his name to be removed of the NCRT book because he's not happy with the NEP because it goes against the RTE, which is the right to education. And the right to education policy says there should be free and compulsory education. You know, they say in English, jack of all trades, master of none. Life is all about making decisions, and there comes a point in time we'll have to choose a path. We cannot have the best of both worlds or sail on two boats at the same time. And choosing, failing, standing up, standing back again is what makes life fascinating. And this constitutes the greatest education of life. As to conclude by the great American humorist Josh Billings, who said, "Be like a postage stamp, stick to one thing until you get there." Thank you.
Nihilistic. Do any of you know what's the meaning of that term? This term means pessimistic. This is for the people who are like, no, nothing, life is meaningless. Today, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I, Dhyana Das, a student of class 9, Loreto Convent, I'm using this term, nihilistic, for them who are here to speak for the motion, because neither only they believe that NEP system will be successful, but they are also here to impose their negative ideas on us. The NEP system basically means the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 system. I know it sounds confusing, but let's just get to the general idea of this. The 5+3+4 system is basically removing the board exams from class 10. I'm sure most students are very happy for it, and there's a very good reason why this should be implemented. The main exams which prepares us for the world is the class 12 board exams. There's no point getting top in class 10, but then let's just say not meeting up to the expectations in class 12. There's no point. But if we are prepared and trained only for the main exam that determines and prepares us for the goal, the one global world, that is NEP. Next point NEP says is merging all the different boards together. All ICSE, CBSE, and all the regional state boards, they'll all come together under one education streamline. You know why this is advantageous? Many foreign countries, like almost all countries in Europe, they are following NEP. And let's just accept the fact, many students in India have a dream to go and study in Oxford University, Harvard University. If India follows this NEP system, Oxford and Harvard University will have the chance of opening their branches in India. Then students, why do we need to waste money going to Europe and studying and everything when it's in our own country? When the universities we have dreamt all our lives, it's on our own country. Next point I'd like to say is that NEP system, as my fellow benchmates have already mentioned, will allow us to choose our own subjects. I'd like to explain this with the help of an example. I love literature. When I was small, I kept on writing stories, poems, and I have a passion for writing. Now, why do I need to boil my head learning all those Pythagorean theorems, Heron's formula, and whatnot? All I need is literature, English. Second of all, as if I'm going to use NaCl, H2SO4 in literature writing, if I'm writing novel and everything. Second of all, I'd like to say that, let's face the truth, India has no respect for labor classes. The people who have job offices have more respect than the people like plumbers and carpenters. With this education system, this attitude is going to be changed. My opposite worthy opponents may tell I'm too optimistic, I'm too ideology. Whatever I'm speaking is not practical. But let me tell you one thing. States like Karnataka, Delhi, Madhya Pradesh have already implemented NEP in 2020 and is going smoothly with it. I see no difficulties they're facing. And here we are in Northeast, the most underdeveloped part of India, still debating on whether it will be successful or will it not be successful. For concluding, I'd like to say change is the overall driving factor that brings in development. Every corner we see, somewhere small, minor changes always takes place, which brings development. Change is the only constant in this world. This is not said by me. This is said by the Greek philosopher Heraclitus. Thank you.
So now may I call upon Govinda Upadhyay, serial number 39, in favor of the motion, and to speak against the motion, Aman Kumar Rai, 28, serial number. Yes, please go ahead, Govinda.
To me, the very essence of education is the concentration of mind, not the collection of facts. This quote was spoken by Swami Vivekananda. He stated that facts are not until and unless it's not being in concentration. To begin with, my worthy opponents have spoken a lot about NEP 2020, and then they talk about the multidisciplinary approach. So let's begin with the NEP 2020, where I found the major loopholes. The NEP 2020 follows a principle which says 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. This approach basically moderates that a child must learn in his regional language or in his mother tongue. Well, it sounds really good, but do my worthy opponents know that India is the finest English spoken country? People of Indians are being gone outside the country just because they are the finest English spoken out the world, mainly in Asia. India is well reputed for its English heritage. And yeah, we proudly say that we don't follow the British rule. We follow the GIE, General Indian English. The GIE is quite famous. And if we want to convert it into a mother tongue, it will be a very big heritage towards the school and the teachers. Because a teacher not just have to learn more than 10 languages to control the class, and not to forget that each language learning process takes very deep. Moreover, few of my worthy opponents were talking about Oxford and Cambridge. Let me remind you, Oxford and Cambridge do even have English dictionaries in there. And yeah, they have an English dictionary because they know the meaning of English. Well, I haven't seen any other dictionaries made by them. And to continue with, few of my worthy opponents were saying that what is the use of physics and mathematics and chemistry? Well, let me inform you. If you won't make a solution out of the mathematical equation, it won't become a solution. It will become a disaster. And yeah, we are not like the founder of Coke that will mix up some other chemicals and will make a Coke. No, that's not possible. And mainly to speak about, most of our opponents have spoken about the multidisciplinary approach where a person is free to choose any subject. Okay, let me counteract. I'm a student opting computer science. Yeah, I do love music. I have a good taste of poetic device and literature. But if I'll drop mathematics, do you think I will be a programmer? Because to code, I need to prove it mathematically and scientifically. How will I prove it? Through music? Do you think is it available that I can prove anything through music? Do I make a song that, okay, alpha, beta? No, I'll make it programming song. I want this. We can't choose our interest over our career. Since we are facilitated by the studies of foreign countries, we can't forget the heritage. Some of my prepositions and oppositions were talking about AI. Let me remind you, some of the best CEOs comes from India following the same heritage. If they can do it, can't we? To conclude, I would like to say that we must not forget the root from which we belong, because English is necessity. Thank you.
The father of the nation says, real education consists in drawing the best out of yourself. It is the greatest gift to humanity to attain knowledge and evolve with time. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aman Kumar Rai, as mentioned by the speaker, sir. And I'm here to strongly oppose the topic of today's debate competition that the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful. So further enhancing what is and like how it will be successful, I would like to give a positive introduction of NEP. The NEP, which was introduced in the year 29 July 2020, aims to address the many growing developmental imperatives of our country. This policy emphasizes the revision and revamping of all aspects of the education structure, including its regulation and governance, to create a new system that is aligned with the aspirational goals of the 21st century. Being enacted in the year 2020, that is during the first phase of lockdown, which almost gathered the concentration or attention of human beings towards social media, which had a negative impact that is influencing the people's mind. So that might be the reason that the opposition treasury team are declaring it would be unsuccessful. That might be reason. So coming back to the point, Now, I would like to highlight some crucial advantages, as the disadvantages maybe there will be highlighted by the Treasury team. So first is multilingual education. As the leader of the Treasury team told that Hindi is compulsory to class 8, but no, it is not. This policy emphasizes the use of different mother languages, which could be used to offer explanation, whereby it can lead to better comprehension and retention of information for students. And talking about English, as is the world of modern technology, they can learn from YouTube as well, which is free of cost. Second is the vocational education. In today's world, merely acquiring a degree is not enough for getting a job. You need to have a specialized skill such as communication skills, soft skills, and many more. So this policy makes vocational education as a part of the mainstream education system to provide practical skills. And one more thing, as my benchmates has also told, that this policy has facilitated different subjects to students. One of the best thing out of this can be highlighted that of maths, which most of the students, they don't like. And they usually hear that, maths par ke kya hi kar liya? Where do you apply maths in your life? So this policy can prove as a helping hand for those students who don't like maths. They can opt for other subjects. And the third, the main aim of the NEP 2020 is to provide access and equity education to all. Further, the success rate of NEP implemented in Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka has shown their willingness to approach this and bring positive outcomes. Even in Meghalaya, the NEHU, which though has delayed the implementation of NEP, but they are thinking on that. They are trying to implement it somehow. Forget about NEP. Think about NEP 2022, the new education policy. Think of the education for which we have got from the government, and we are able to stand here and talk on this topic. And one more thing. Without implementing this NEP 2022, it's just a wasteful thing to declare whether it will be successful or not. So let's wait for its implementation, at least in Meghalaya, which might be next year or many more years. So let's see, and come on this same topic to talk about this. With this, I drop out my words. Thank you.
So may I now call upon Monty Saini, serial number 33, in favor of the motion, and to defend him is Jyotishika Raj Kashyap, serial number 45.
Just a request to the participants. It is kind of distracting when somebody's speaking and you're like moving around the hall, sort of disrespectful as well. So please like avoid doing that when people are speaking. Right? Thank you.
A very pleasant afternoon to everyone. Respected speaker, sir, honorable judges, everyone in the audience, as well as my fellow debaters. I, Mone Raukhan, feel privileged and honored to be given the opportunity to speak in favor of the motion on the topic, the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful. Well, why don't we start things off with understanding what exactly is NEP 2020? To put it in layman's terms, and mind you, this is a very grossly oversimplified version of what I'm going to say. It focuses on culturing the holistic as well as the academic character of a pupil. It aims to be a revolutionary policy to bring the quality of education in India much higher. To be honest, doesn't it sound like the perfect reform that we all need to boost India's development and to create a bright future for the upcoming generations? But will it really be successful? To be honest, and to be very blunt, no, it won't be. Many might argue otherwise, but that is why I stand here today to prove to you all that it won't. First, let us look into the big question that everybody is talking about. Is it economically feasible, and do we have the funds for it? Well, according to the Economic Survey 2019 to 2020, 3.1% of the GDP of India was spent on education. With the coming in of NEP 2020, over 6% of the GDP of India is required to meet its funds. This will prove to be a Herculean task for a country that is as diverse and big as ours. Moreover, it will be a feat to fully implement the proposals that NEP the proposals of NEP in the higher education sector, given the limited resources we have at hand. More funding would be required, as the increase from 3% to 6% would simply be inadequate. Secondly, a whopping 250 million students, mind this everyone listen again, 250 million students are to enroll in schools in the year 2030 in India. With a teacher-student ratio of 1:35, an estimated 7 million plus teachers is required to address this huge student population. Yes, it may be possible to already take the surplus of teachers that we have right now to combat this issue, but it would still not be enough. These teachers will need to be highly educated, trained, and equipped to conform with the pedagogical reforms that NEP 2020 is proposing. Due to these constraints, conceptual and experiential teaching will be tough as compared to the already prevailing content-orientated teaching. More fund allocation will be required from the government's end to meet this major shortcoming. Also, the current pool of teachers will need to be orientated to the new age teaching techniques. Lastly, I would like to say that the 10+2 system is being replaced with the 5+3+3+4 system, as everybody already knows. This implies that it is made compulsory for a child of 3 years to start schooling. Having to start school at such an early age, where the stress of having to learn 3 languages from the very beginning poses a detrimental crisis to the mental well-being of a child. Studies have shown and proven that there is an increase in stress and mental health problems among children in the UK, Northern Ireland, the Netherlands, and many more countries where early childhood education is being heavily formalized. This can be attributed to the loss of playful experiences being replaced with the stress of academic performance at such an early age. So to finally conclude my argument, I would like to end on the note stating that the success of NEP is heavily vested on the way and the how it will be implemented. For we all need to understand that literacy development is a continuous process. It is not stagnant, it is ever so moving. And it is an important aspect of a child's development. If we are not able to grasp this concept thoroughly, then the future of our children are at hand. Thus, I strongly believe my submission on NEP 2020 will never be possible. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Speaker, sir, the opening speaker of the government began with a very flowery speech, which rather sounded poetic to me. But given their firm belief that NEP will not be successful, I doubt if he plans on pursuing this hidden talent of his. Most of the members of the proposition has put forward the view that education should be imparted in English, thereby ignoring the fact that a large part of the population of our country comes from the rural areas and from financially unprivileged backgrounds. So it would be highly classist and entitled for the government to say that the English language is the only way forward, because the contributions of the informal sector cannot be ignored. Their contributions cannot be ignored to the nation. In addition, most of the members said, this is a new approach, it will not be successful. But I would like to highlight the fact that multidisciplinary approach of education was prevalent in ancient times in our country. A very good example of that would be Nalanda University. Various students from across the world came to Nalanda University, where emphasis was not only laid down on religious knowledge, but also on architecture, medicine, mathematics, grammar, and a lot of various aspects related to skills and knowledge. But when the British invaded our country, they imposed a system of education where the sole emphasis was to produce clerks to work in the industries, rather than improving skills and knowledge, and thereby leading to innovation. Sadly, it's been a long way since then to again go back to the rich cultural times of Nalanda University. But I believe NEP is the way forward, and I firmly believe that that is what makes NEP very relevant in today's time. In a multidisciplinary approach of education, students are provided wide-ranging subjects. It broadens their horizons. They are able to explore a lot of different areas, thereby expanding their knowledge, skills, creative thinking, critical thinking abilities, their moral and social awareness. I would like to explain this with an example. Suppose a person X is trying to solve a puzzle. He has solved the entire puzzle, but he has only one piece left and he's stuck with it and he's trying to figure out, but he's unable to do it. His friend Y comes and walks in and moves the puzzles a bit and he's able to solve it. What I'm trying to highlight is that this example, highlights the importance of different perspectives to a problem. When many people from different backgrounds come together, they work on this problem, they are able to provide various solutions leading to better problem solving skills. So I believe that it can lead to a better environment of learning and problem solving abilities in the country. And another factor that most of them had put forward was about the budget allocation. I would like to highlight that it has gone up. It is proposed that... Okay, thank you so much.
So may I now call upon Chetna Bose, serial number 59, in favor of the motion, and Afzura A. Ghazi in against the motion, serial number 53.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as I stand here, life hits me in the face with its little ironies, as I must confess that despite being a student of biotechnology, I'm reminded of John Donne and his poetic technique, the metaphysical conceit. It is famously rumored that Donne compared love between him and his beloved to a mosquito. Such far-fetched imaginations, I fear, are the stuff of poetry and not academica. For a student of English literature to take up physics, just because he may have found physics in school interesting, will, I fear, not help his academic grades. Here again, I'm reminded of Michael Madhusudan Dutt and his infamous banter with his classmate Buddhe Mukhopadhyay. And I'm afraid I don't agree with him, because his simple cursory study of physics would not help any Shakespeare become Newton. The question that stares us in the face with such radical innovations is quo vadis, whither goest thou? And I'm afraid we shall go nowhere. I think it's fairly safe to say that acoustics is very important to music. Thus, physics is an integral part of music. However, this is a transdisciplinary approach to learning. Multidisciplinary approach seems very vague, where one may be allowed to study not only interconnected subjects, but any random subject's perspective in relation to one. As previous speakers have already pointed out, this leads to confusion, and the student merely embodies the popular phrase, jack of all trades, master of none, diluting his or her expertise in a particular area. Now, one may be wondering as to why I may be going ballistic, but if truth be told, in a country with ever-increasing unemployment, more often than not, a graduation degree is the passport to job eligibility. While a multiple exit and entry may sound both exciting and tempting, it is hardly one offering job eligibility. What kind of job would a student with a certificate get after a 2-semester stint at the UG level? Well, while the devoted can raise their decibels and say that the multiple windows opened of opportunities will help a student, I think the discerning can already see that the doors by which to go out and seek those opportunities will be closed. And if one thinks that this question is absurd, of a candidate getting a job or not, may I tell you, when this very same question was posed by a harried principal to a former bureaucrat and a present-day politician, his reply was that we would look into it. Such asides, I fear, are not far too common. And finally, to counter the profound with the seemingly profane, just as Shakira's hips don't lie, neither do numbers. And it is the numbers which we must come back to. Do the UG colleges, some of which single stream, have the requisite number of teachers to don the mantle of the multidisciplinary approach? And anyway, this question must be left to the teachers present here. For at the end, theirs will be the shoulders that will carry the cross. And with these few words, I rest my case. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Respected Speaker Sir, respected judges, and my worthy opponents. First, I would like to make this clear. My opponent is way too senior to me. So I had few confusions, so yet I'll share my opinion. First, I would like to start with a quote stated by Joseph Conrad. The mind of man is capable of anything. So we humans, we can make the impossible possible for we are the creation of God, isn't it? We can take a history book with a chemistry book, isn't it? Isn't it? Well, let me ask you one question. Do you like to be successful but also being regretful in your life? You become a doctor because your parents wanted to because your parents wanted you to become a doctor, but then you loved being a poet. A doctor smiled, but then a poet died inside. Do you like that? Do you like killing your inner self just to make this world happy? So, NEP 2020 is giving you option, my dear. So why don't you take it? Because I feel like indirectly, my opponents are taking themselves as a liability for our country. NEP 2020, we are arguing since when? Now, the first question arrives. All of us want to be successful, but someone or the other has to compromise. My dear, everyone cannot be a CEO, but someone else has to become a salesperson also, isn't it? You want to become successful just by taking science, commerce, arts, but one of my worthy opponents told, learning something about plumber, isn't it? So what if some other countries teach their citizens something regarding plumber, example like South Korea? You'll be like, oh my God, isn't it? But you being an Indian, I don't think so that should be the case, because imagine you're a doctor, but then you're doing the work of a plumber in your house. Who will do that work if a plumber is not there? One more thing. Now, indirectly, I feel my opponents are thinking themselves as a liability because they are talking that taking vocational subjects will distract one's mind. But I don't think so. Someone is taking that because they know they are good in that. You don't know that they are good in that or not. One more example, one of my worthy opponents said something regarding computer. So I know you are senior to me, but I would like to say something that my computer teacher told me, and I know that my computer teacher is more experienced than you. So, if a kid is capable of learning ABCD, that does not mean he's educated, but something is better than nothing. You at least did coding, Python, C++, you at least did something like a programmer, but you told something related to music. My dear worthy opponent, again I'll state the quote, the mind of man is capable of anything. A person can do whatever he feels like, but a person can do whatever he feels like, but a person can turn a table down to turning his opponent turning the opponent the way he wants to. Example, I'll say again, becoming a topper, thawing the whole textbook is useless. When we ask you questions outside the book, you know nothing. Even MBOs declared that they will be giving conceptual questions just to test the students' brain. Now I would like to conclude by saying, make use of your logic, make use of your logic, work smart, not always hard also. Thank you.
So may I call upon now Mr. Shetu Rai, serial number 51, in the favor of motion, and Debarka Sarkar against the motion, and serial number is 47. Yes, go ahead.
As quoted by my bench member, Jack of all trades, master none. Hi everyone, myself Setu Rai. Good afternoon to the speaker and the jury members and all the other parents who are watching. I would like to say that the new education policy, as of the following, my worthy opponents are talking about, they are giving the facts, they are telling about stories, but they are not telling about the facts on basis of the ground reality, what the new education policy should do with its limitations and with its resources. There is of resources and operational constraints. Like implementing the new education policy needs a lot of funds. As stated earlier, that the GDP as for the last decades and past decades have been just around from 2.09 to 3.1, and they have said that they would be including the GDP's growth to the education about around 6%. But as I am saying, this is a diverse country. It has many other factors which should be also issued, like the defense sector, the healthcare sector, the IT sectors, which have been given a high number of GDP rates, as the defense by 13%, the health sector by 10%. Why are they not quoting about the education sector if they are emphasizing mainly and basically on the education of students? I would like to say the teacher preparedness. Like we are talking about, the teacher should be prepared, the teacher should be trained well and well enough. But I would like to point out that the B.Ed syllabus on which basis the teachers are being prepared is still not now updated on the new education policy. Why it is not updated on this policy? As for the budget session concluded that the budget allocation for the last year was 250 crores for the teacher preparedness, but it was reduced to 127 crores. How can we conclude on such a small amount and train such a huge capacity and huge resourceful teachers for the kids? As because the teachers are going to be evaluating and giving marks and examining the students on the basis of the new education policy and what they will be taught on basis of the new education policy and the multi-dimensional approach or the multilingual approach they are talking about. As stated earlier by my worthy opponent about that Assami language. People would love that Assami language is taught till class 8. But can I get a job with Assami language? I can't say so, because the English language is the global language. And for my sake, I would like a job, I would like a pay scale, I would love to roam around the world in freely and basically having on my own expense, not on others. So I would say, like for teaching the person on basic of just the local language is not good for the kids, for their futures, as the parents are also concerned. No one is talking about the parents concerned in this new education policy. The parents are concerned about their kids' future. I would, despite all these facts, I would favor the new education policy if it is drafted the points which are being stated by all my worthy opponents for the motion and against the motion. I would like to conclude, you should look at the realistic approach of the new education policy on the ground basis and the rural basis. The new education policy is for the students and with the teachers, not by the bureaucracy on the students, just to be implemented by the cabinet, through the counselors, through the university, upon the students. It is on the basis of developing the students for the nation and for their excellence. With my words, I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you.
Good evening, respected Speaker, sir, and all the members present here in the House today. I stand before you to argue against the motion. I firmly believe that the National Education Policy of 2020 is going to transform our old education system into one that is fostering to the students and the one that is well-rounded for everybody's assurance. First and foremost, the multidisciplinary approach of the National Education Policy of 2020 aims to break the rigid barriers between different academic streams and foster creativity and critical thinking. Today, what we see is the Treasury bench talking about how jack of all trades can be the master of none. The irony in this is they are the same students who are doing 12 subjects in their own classes. If you are a class 10 student, when I passed my class 10, I did 8 subjects, starting from history, economics, civics, to biology and physics. Then why can't we do the same with someone who has an interest in the subject for class 11 or 12? If I like physics, why can't I take history as well? Secondly, in the old education system or the current education system, the problem we see is the focusing on examinations. Everybody from class 1 to class 10 is running a rat race, learning, memorizing, and vomiting it in exams. That's what we have seen continuously happening, whether you're a class 1 student or a class 2 student. What you are doing is you're learning something, you're memorizing it, and you're vomiting it in exams. Nothing comes out of it. Under the new education policy, what we see is that till grade 3, we are not going to have any examinations. And when I say this, I mean that examinations are important, but examinations should be a measure of how much a person is capable of understanding a topic, not how much a person is memorizing a topic. According to the report of World Economic Forum of 2025, critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity will be among the top 3 skills required for the future workforce. Under NEP 2020 recognizes and seeks to develop the skills by allowing students to choose subjects across various disciplines. Moreover, the multidisciplinary approach promotes a well-rounded education that prepares students to adapt rapidly to the changing world. We see, according to the Journal of Educational Physiology, students who experienced multidisciplinary learning showed an 18% increase in learning outcomes compared to traditional approaches. NEP 2020 also encourages students to pursue their passions and interests, leading to higher engagement and academic achievement. Today, what we see, many good sportsmen, many good poets, many good artists giving up on their dreams so that they can just sit in a classroom, muck things up, and go for exams. Under the NEP, what we see is marks will be given on the basis of your extracurricular activities as well. If you're good in debating, you're going to get marks based on that. If you're a good sportsman, you're going to get marks on that. So you no longer have to give up your passion under the pressure of education system. Furthermore, the multidisciplinary approach will enhance India's research and innovation ecosystem. By encouraging students to explore various fields and fostering cross-disciplinary collaborations, we can expect groundbreaking advancements in science, technology, and other fields. A report by National Science Foundation includes that interdisciplinary research in the past 2 decades have increased by 300%, showcasing the potential for innovative breakthroughs. In conclusion, the multidisciplinary approach of the National Education Policy of 2020 holds the promise of nurturing well-rounded individuals equipped with critical skills for the future. It empowers students to pursue their passions, fosters creativity and innovations, and aligns with the needs of ever-evolving job market. The statistics and research findings presented by me today clearly supports this validation. Let us embrace this progressive step towards transforming our education system towards one that fosters youth towards a brighter and better future. Thank you.
So, friends, we have a less speaker to speak against. So now we have a 4 speaker to speak in favor and 2 speaker to speak against. So what we'll do, we'll take 2 speaker first for the favor, then 1 speaker will defend them, again 2 speaker in favor and 1 will defend them. Is it okay? So let me call upon the speaker who will speak in favor of the motion and the person who will speak against the motion together. Serial number 58, Aditi Roy, speaking in favor of the motion, and serial number 57, Swastika Poddar, speaking in favor of the motion. So you can stand together and then you can speak one after another. Okay. And to defend them, there is a Ovirup De, who will, serial number 55, who will speak against the motion. Right? You can start. First Aditi, and then Swastika you can speak, and then Ovirup will speak. Okay?
As we know, changes are always permanent with time. Good afternoon, respected House and Speaker Sir. Do you think that changes are always good? But for me, I don't think all changes are good for us. This is the 4th time the changing of the NEP in India. There are many loopholes in this change, and many of them, I feel, they are too much complex for this generation to handle. One of them are to include regional languages as a major language to study every subject in. But I'll say English is a global communication platform which every of us use to communicate. English is language every one of us communicate. For example, a person living in Tamil Nadu learns Tamil, okay. He travels to Delhi, and in Delhi they teach in Hindi. What a troublesome. You're getting so much of trouble learning. How can the person cope up with Hindi when he has studied in Tamil? And now you're saying, let the children study from the age of 3. When I was a child, when I joined school, I was like, when will I go home? I need to take some rest. And now, at the age of 3, you're telling, go school, learn something. I'll say, let the age of children have some fun, have some ideal time. Let them get to know the environment about them. They're still children. They don't know anything. Some of them might start speaking at the age of 8, at the age of 3. And now you're saying, let's combine many subjects and let us, give many subjects. A person likes one subject, okay, let's give him a chance. He will study a subject and he will study some more subjects with it. Okay, till class 10, we study every subject. That's the basic. We always need our basics with us. A person needs maths in his daily life. A person needs his English literature, English grammar in his daily life. We need the basics all the time. And now we are saying we will add zoology, we will add this subject, we will add that subject. A person going with one stream think it's science, okay, and now he wants to study history. So, okay, you go study history, but you will have many distractions. You are studying chemistry, physics, you are studying history. How do you get the main of this science subject, that is physics and chemistry? You need to get the main course. If you are doing something in chemistry, you will have many ideas on history, geography. Why do you need that? It may be a troublesome to give so many ideas in one mind, and you have to do a particular thing in one time. It's a jumble of balls, and you have to do a thing. We have 10 balls, and 9 of them are in colored yellow, and 1 of them are red. And you have only known that, okay, there are 9 yellow balls and 1 red ball. You have to find that red ball, and now all the yellow balls are crashing in your mind. How do you do that? So my worthy opponents, I want to question about that. If you support NEP 2020, please answer this. Thank you.
Should I start? Good evening, esteemed judges, debate masters, and anyone who's fallen asleep after a lengthy policy document. Today, we delve into the world of NEP 2020 and try to decipher if it is a dream come true or a comedy of errors. NEP 2020, is it a brilliant idea or a clever way to keep the students away from the real world for a few more years? They say education is the key to success, but with the coming of NEP 2020, they have changed the lock. I have a few points to state on the fact that NEP of 2020 will not be successful. Lack of implementation. So the potential difficulty in implementing such a comprehensive policy in a diverse country like India will face various hurdles. The policy outlines ambitious goals, but the challenge lies in implementing it in the grassroots level, considering the various variations we have in the fact of infrastructure, resources, then educational opportunities, etc. The second point I would like to place is insufficient funding. For the proper implementation of any policy, it requires successful and adequate funding. NEP has not received adequate funding, and this can hinder the execution of key initiatives. Talking about providing quality teacher training, providing the students with adequate resources, etc. Inequality and accessibility. So while the NEP 2020 is emphasizing to provide inclusive education, but it does not adequately address on the existing inequalities in the access of quality education. Disparities in infrastructure, then various opportunities across rural and urban areas already exist, as well as about the socio-economical groups, may continue to persist, undermining the overall success of NEP 2020. The unlearning dilemma. So, the NEP 2020 is trying to emphasize on unlearning the old teaching method and embrace a new one. But let's face it, asking a teacher to unlearn the old teaching experience and get accustomed to a new one, it's very complicating and difficult. I have one more point to place to you all. Technological glitch. The NEP places a great emphasis on technological glitch and integration in education. But we all know that technology isn't always cooperative. Let us recollect about our COVID classes when our smartphones used to malfunction or the internet used to crash. It is just like a technological comedy of errors. I would also place a fact that if NEP 2020 is successful, we might have a whole generation who knows what the Pythagoras theorem is, but they can't change a flat tire. The NEP aims to promote critical thinking, but I am starting to think it's just an elaborate plot to make parents question their own sanity. I would like to conclude my speech by drawing your attention on the headlines of Shillong Times today, stating that NEP plan in Nehu will have few takers. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to the honorable judges and everyone present here. My name is Abhirup Dev. I study in class 9th of KV EAC Upper Shillong, and today I'm standing here against the motion. Honorable Speaker, sir, at the outset, I would like to state that the National Education Policy 2020 is facing a lot of criticism from the opposition party. But what they do not understand is the salient features of NEP 2020, which I would like to unfold. That would be a game changer and surely will clear all the confusions about it. Firstly, NEP ensures universal access at all levels, schooling levels, starting from pre-nursery to class 12th. Secondly, the Government of India will establish a national mission on foundational of literacy and numeracy, which will promote the Indian languages. This will include the students of class 5th, but class 8 and beyond are preferable, which will include the home languages, regional languages, mother tongue, and local languages. There will be assistant reforms, means that the board examinations will be held based on two occasions. Firstly, the main examination, and second, for improvement if desired. Next, setting up of a new assessment center, Parak. Performance assessment, review, and knowledge for holistic development. A separate gender inclusion fund and special education zones for disadvantaged regions and groups will be provided. Robust for recruitments of teachers and merits-based performance on the performance and experience. Furthermore, NEP ensures the availability of all resources through school complex and clusters. Next, other advantages of NEP includes the setting of state school standard authority, which will completely increase the enrollment ratio, and the setting up of National Research Foundation, NRF, and light but tight regulation. This will include a single umbrella body for promotion of higher education, which will include the teachers' education and excluding of medical and legal education. The Higher Education Commission of India, HECI, the Higher Education Cluster Council, HEGC, and the National Accreditation Council, NEC, to name a few. There will also internationalization of education. Professional education will be an internal part of the system, like standalone technical universities, health and science universities, and institutions will aim to become a multidisciplinary institutions. Under NEP, a national mission for mentoring will be established. The National Education Technological Forum will be created to provide a platform for the free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning and administration purposes, which will help to achieve 100% youth and adult literacy. The center and the state will work together to increase the public investments in education sector to reach 6% of the total GDP at the earliest. Now, I want to say to my eligible opponents कि आपकी दाल गलने वाली तो है नहीं. So, at last, I would like to conclude my speech by stressing that the merits of NEP far outweigh the determinants. Thank you.
Chair, I think this is the last set of motors, right? We'll follow the same formula. 2 are in favor, 1 is against. So the remaining, I use the word motor, not motor, it's a debater. So, Beena Sharma, serial number 50, will speak in favor of motion, and then serial number 54, Maisha Khatum, and to defend them, to speak against the motion, is Adarmang. I don't know how to pronounce. I might be a little okay. So let me put A. Barriet, right? Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Yeah. Please start.
Rote learning provides information, but understanding provides knowledge. Heartfelt greetings to honorable speaker, teachers, and judges, and each one of you present here. I'm Asha Khan from St. Margaret High Secondary School, a student of class 9. I am here to present my arguments for the motion. The multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful. I strongly believe that NEP 2020 won't be able to achieve its stated goal until and unless it changes few of its policies. In my opinion, an education policy introduced after 34 years needs to be more effective than this. I appreciate the flexibility of the policy, but I also believe that the policy should have been consulted with the state government before introducing it, and the implementation of mother tongue till 5th grade was imposed without the consultation of the state government. The NEP 2020 emphasizes upon the usage of mother language, but studies show that learning a new foreign language improves the IQ of the brain and hence significant in boosting the mind. The policy of NEP 2020 seems to be concerned regarding high standard education that could match the foreign countries, but are the conditions of school and culture even matching them? Broken chairs, table, blackboards, lack of teachers. Is it possible to make a long-term sustainable plan with scanty resources? Yes, I know that the government of India is increasing the GDP used in education from 3% to 6%, but the absence of detailed implementation strategies are one of the causes and for its disadvantages, and the policy has several challenging aims and objectives, but it doesn't offer a clear plan for how are they going to be accomplished. To conclude, I would like to say that mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. NEP's vision of making Indian education capable of meeting the challenges of 21st century will remain only in papers. Thank you.
Do we need 10 to 15 cooks in order to prepare one dish? Imagine I'm asking my mother and my father, my sister, my brother at the same time, can you please make tea for me? And a flying slipper will come from another door. Why don't you go and make by yourself? It's like similar, like too many cooks spoil the broth. Well, good evening one and all present here. I'm here to express my thought for the motion that this multidisciplinary approach not gonna be successful at any cost. See, here everybody is coming and explaining what is multidisciplinary approach. And here, even I would also love to explain it, but in a very simple way. We all know rice, bhat, rice. Usually we eat rice with dal, achar, sabzi. Now imagine, instead of eating rice with dal and achar, we will eat it with paneer, with some other thing, very nice stuff. And this is the point view of our beloved opponents. It will be good for us. But what is the actual? What is the reality? It's not eating rice with pulao, paneer or something. It's like eating rice with cold drink, Fanta, Coca-Cola, pouring Coca-Cola and Fanta instead of dal. And instead of achar, ice cream. Like ice cream, pour Coca-Cola, eat. Very tasty. Does it make sense? Weird. See. And have you seen the movie Shivaji the Boss? I don't know how many of you seen. There, Rajnikant sir, he said, "Kyun hila dala na?" You know what was silent? System. System was silent. School system. Everybody is talking 10 plus 2, 5 plus 3 plus 4. See, even the maths is denying itself. 10 plus 2 is 12. 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 is 15. What is that 3 extra? 3 extra languages. See, Now, it's a compulsory for a 3-year-old child to enroll in school. I don't find it fair because you are forcing a 3-year-old child to learn 3 extra languages. You know, today's generation, we don't know much about our language. We just know like Oppa, Sarange. We don't know Namaste. We don't know Aap kaise ho. And yes, teaching in regional language, local language sounds very good, very good. Now I'll give you one example. Suppose I'm a teacher of Sikkim and I'm teaching my students Aja हामीहरु भूगोलको बारेमा पढ्ने, which means today we will gonna learn about geography. And 3 children sitting behind, they're like, Ninga klamsung to ayu re. It means they don't understand anything because the students are from Meghalaya. Their parents transfer in Sikkim and their parents send their children in Sikkim school and they were like, what she is teaching? Ime inga klamsung to ayu re. I didn't understand anything what she taught. And next day mommy will go and she will complain. Definitely she will complain. She will say, hey, why come you are not teaching my child in our own language? Why are you preferring your own language? And we will be like, madam, according to NEP 2020, it is like this, like this, like this. And she will say, then why don't you take Khasi teacher, teach them in Khasi as well? And we will like, no ma'am, we can't do that. And like, why? And like, it's very difficult to find a good teacher. And you are expecting we will get teachers in very other and different languages? And plus, we don't have that much of fund. And yes, this multidisciplinary approach, it's like getting something. What you can make? Khichdi, not Shahi Paneer. And yes, my opponents might be thinking why she's talking only about food. Might be she's hungry. Well, yes, I am hungry, but never mind. Thank you so much.
Firstly, I would like to address that someone in the opposition team stated that we learn English because it's a global language. But in fact, why don't we learn Mandarin Chinese then? Why don't we? I mean, it is the #1 most spoken language. Moving on. Let's say you are a student in ancient India, where you leave home at a very early age to spend years learning, experiencing, and loving your environment alongside your trusty guru. With no pens and books, lessons were taught through practical life, and their essence can be seen in many of the great kings and scholars of India. That is the importance of vocational learning. A very good afternoon to the ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, speaker sir, and my fellow debaters. Today I stand here before you to speak against the motion on the topic, the multidisciplinary approach of NEP 2020 will not be successful. Again, imagine yourself as a student in the year 1850, roughly about a decade and a half after Lord Macaulay introduced his English education. And mind you, it would transform Indians. Their appearance Indian, but their way of thinking British. Let me ask you a question. How would you feel that your culture and originality was bleached into something alien? I stand here and support the National Education Policy 2020. It is the first educational policy of the 21st century in India, and it addresses many of the growing developmental imperatives of our country. While being aligned to the 2030 agenda of sustainable development. It also proposes a revision and revamping of all aspects of the education structure, including its regulation and governance, to create a new system that is consistent with India's traditions and value systems. Furthermore, it also proposes that all curriculum and pedagogy from the fundamental stage onwards to be strongly rooted in the Indian and local context and ethos in terms of tradition, culture, heritage, and much more. Furthermore, there will be fewer dropout rates as there will be increased options available to students belonging from
socially and economically disadvantaged groups. This is done so by the creation of special education zones, a gender inclusion fund, and most importantly, improved accessibility to education. Now, many of you might ask, why do we need multidisciplinary education? To answer this, the American public intellectual and statesman John W. Gardner highlighted the equal importance of vocational learning and higher education in his book, Excellence. Can we be excellent and equal to? To put it in simple words, NEP is needed to make Indian learners truly future-proof and global citizens while evaluating high-order thinking, making it more inclusive, flexible, and multidisciplinary. Now, since I have no much time, I would like to end on a note. It is only through consistent dedication and determination that we can change education and thus change the future. Thank you.
So, friends, we have completed our debate. Now, I will give you 3 minutes to summarize whatever you have talked about in both the side. And there is a two leader. One is from the treasury branch, another, bench, another is from opposition. So you can help your leader to summarize this thing. And after 3 minutes, I will come back again and I will request you to speak both the leaders, and then we'll put into the vote. Okay? That is the motion is passed or the motion is failed. Right. So yeah, and after that you have to speak 2 minutes. Both the leader has to speak 2 minutes. So prepare yourself well, and I'm joining you back within 3 minutes. Okay? So both the team ready now? Okay, so let us first leader from the treasury bench. So you'll get 2 minutes, right?
To sum up, the multiple entry and exit points would just mean that students pursuing 4 years of graduation would drop out after the second year to provide for their families to approach jobs, in turn diluting the education they receive. Well, on the other hand, graduates would parade around with their diplomas only for employers to say, well, you know a little about everything, but we want somebody who knows everything about something. Kids who don't know how to hold a pen in their hands will have to choose what they want to pursue 10 years down the line. And yet you call this vocational education as sensational. IITs producing doctors and AIMS producing actors. I'll be there to see it. Imagine the jobs that will be created because of this multi-dimensional approach. Somebody said that this multidisciplinary approach is the need of the hour, but let me tell that person that this isn't cricket and we don't need all-rounders right here. This education isn't holistic, ladies and gentlemen, it is only ballistic. I'd personally like to stick to something which I've known for 30 years rather than something which is the recipe of disaster, something that hinges on ifs and buts. Somebody mentioned that only one person can be the CEO and the rest are all salesmen. Well, the only reason you're left with the sales department is because you're doing a splendid job at selling lies. And to somebody who has mentioned, if this first speaker from the government would continue their flowery speech, well then yes, I would surely like to follow my discipline, unlike somebody from the opposition who loves baking and mathematics, so bakes quadratic cookies. Hypocrisy do you live in? Ladies and gentlemen, my worthy opponents live in a situation of hypocrisy. As they talk of being a chatur, but as they talk of being a rancho, ladies and gentlemen, but they are no better than chatur. People talk of studying physics, history, and chemistry at the same time. But let me tell you, the last time these subjects were combined together, Oppenheimer was released. So stray into the wild as you choose the road not taken, but remember you have impeded my country. Our future you have forsaken. और दाल क्यों गलेगी जनाब, हमने तो बिरयानी पकने को बनाई है.
So now may I request the opposition bench?
To sum it all up, the NEP aims at bringing a quality, positive, and more practical approach to a conservative read and write only system. The end goal being to bring up the gross enrollment rate to 100% by 2030. Some clarifications to be made. A sensible person who wants to succeed in life will not take physics without mathematics. Times of India reported that English ranks 44th as the most spoken first language in India. The 110th Nehru Council meeting clarified that they never adopted a resolution to implement the NEP 2020. There was no clause in the NEP draft to eradicate English. Instead, it pursues bilingualism in areas mainly targeting rural areas. As the opposition mentioned, something is better than nothing. And this is quite true because they are criticizing a system which is already existing. In any schools here in Meghalaya, there will not be any schools which starts directly from class 1. There will be kindergarten, KG, nursery A and nursery B. The earliest to start nursery A being the age of 3. Last but not the least, I would like to mention that the only point both sides of the House came to unanimously agreed on was acknowledging gadgets are glitchy and malfunction, thereby acknowledging the flaw in the current system, which was highlighted during the pandemic. One more point to be noted is that the opposition was criticizing how having science, mathematics, history, civics, etc., is like too many cooks spoil the broth.
But isn't this what we were doing in class 10 throughout? What didn't we had all these subjects in one? So why is it a problem now if it has already existed in the past? Thank you.
So I think we have spent around 3.5, little more, right, hours to discussing this. And I believe it's a fascinating deliberation from my young friends, right, who is going to be leader tomorrow to lead the country. So now let us put this motion is for vote. And let me see how many of you are in support of the motion. Can you raise your hand, both the side? None of you are supporting this? So, oh, yeah. So, okay. So, I mean, from that side also, you can raise your hand, right? Even also, I want from this side also, even if you spoken in favor and against, let us create a departure from what we do, right? So let us see also, because you might have thought and your opinion might have got changed after listening to each other. Okay, so first let us get into audience. How many of you are in favor of the motion? Okay, so it seems less in favor of motion. Okay, how many of you are not in favor of the motion? Oh, number is more. Great. So now let us put it here. Let us see how they react in both the side. How many of you are in favor of motion? Oh. Okay, how many of you are against the motion? No one from here? I thought some of you should this thing. So motion is passed because number is higher there, and then if you are adding here, then it's more higher. Okay, so motion is passed, right? Now, may I request, it's not passed. Why? Okay. Well, now may I request judges to express their opinion on the competition. And all of you may come one after another. So may I request with Madam?
Respected speaker, the organizers, the participants from the motion and against the motion. In fact, I feel that the judge should not speak anything because we listened to all the participants from both the motion and the opposition. We have heard the views and the arguments of both the motion and the against the motions. First of all, I should say, I congratulate all the participants from both sides. You have done well. You have given your inputs, you have given your views, your opinions, and I should say you've done well. And in a race, there should be a winner and there should be a loser. I will not say anything on NEP 2020, but being a professor of our university, NEHU, I'll just want to let you know that whatsoever NEP 2020 will be implemented. And we had already approved for the UG level because we are in the higher education. First and second semester is already approved by the Academic Council, and now the classes will start from 1st of August, most of the colleges, and you know, the show will go on, whether we like it or we don't like it. And this is a challenge for every institution. It's a challenge for all teachers and also a challenge for the students. But it will be, you know, a fruitful thought of the central government as well as, you know, the cooperation of the state governments. So I wish all the best to all the students from the primary level to the PhD level. Let us accept what the UGC had already, you know, given to you. It's a choice, of course. We had worked so hard, you know, to see the pros and cons of this NEP 2020. But at the end of the day, our state, I'm talking about Meghalaya, should not lag behind. We should be also go in line with other states of our country. So this is all I should say. Thank you once again. Thank you to the organizer and to all the participants. God bless.
May I request Professor Bhattacharya?
Good evening, respected speaker, sir, esteemed judges, the audience out here, and all the participants who made the evening so lively. First of all, congratulations to every one of you for debating to this level. Okay. So it was very interesting, and it's, as Madam said, it's very difficult to judge you for that. But again, sitting there, I had some questions in mind. I was just going through the rules of the debate. Everyone supporting or opposing, you spoke of many languages and multidisciplinarity. But why did you all speak in English? It was not mentioned in the rules to speak in English. So it says something about your mindset. Okay, we have been programmed all these years to do things in a certain way. Okay? And then the present education system that we have is some kind of a thali system. You know, in restaurants you have the thali, non-veg thali and a veg thali, and you have to take everything in the thali whether you like it or not. Okay. So you have an engineering thali, a medical thali, or you have a sociology thali, something like that. And in that thali, say, how many of you are in class 11 and 12, science? Okay, few of you. How serious are you in a subject like alti? Are you very serious? Okay, he has to raise hand. Okay, but that's the reality. You get some subjects, you just need to study. Okay, you don't have a choice. Okay. So multidisciplinarity would be giving you this choice. Because, you know, we talk things in English, but we live in India where you go to any official channel, it's Hindi ke liye ek dabaye and for English dial 2. Okay? So things are changing. Yes. And then, many of you, please, you know, when you come to a debate, prepare yourself not from the internet, but read the source documents. I think I'm impressed by only one student of class 9 who has thoroughly gone through the document. Probably most of you have not gone through that, and that's why many of you called it the new education policy. Sorry, it's the national education policy. Okay, be clear about that. Okay, and yes, our education minister, in his poetic exuberance, he was talking about maths and music together when he was releasing the statement. But the real thing comes in as majors and minors. Okay, so no one spoke of that. Yes, then, yeah, history and chemistry, they don't blend, is it? But how do you get archaeology? It's a blend of history, chemistry, and geology. Okay, so see, your professions are changing. I teach in a technical institute. Very often students say, माँ बाप ने भेज दिया engineering करना नहीं है, मुझे photographer बनना है. It's a very, something like that, मुझे YouTuber बनना है. I'm just under parental pressure to be here. But when I ask these guys, okay, you want to become a photographer, what kind of photographer? You'll say wildlife. Okay, so in wildlife, what you want to do? Birds or animals? Sir, birds. So what do you know about the birds? Sir, nothing. So that's why the multidisciplinary comes in. Okay, if you really want to become a wildlife photographer, so you get, you need a lot of biology there, you need a lot of geography, you need a lot of optics. So all that comes in and makes you a complete package. Okay. Similarly, if you want to work and develop a simple app, something like Google app, a Google map, you need geography, you need computer science, you need real-time mathematics, you need electronics. How do you get that? So your demands have changed. It's not government imposing anything on you. Your demands, you see what you have thought of your careers, okay, what you want to be, your demands have changed. Okay, you are not satisfied with a thali. Even if you are using, going to buy a pizza, you will say it has to be cheese burst with some extra spices and no oregano. You will be choosy about that. Okay, so that's the reality and please accept it. Okay, and then, yes, one thing, though it was taken care of by Anirban, when you are in a debate, it's, you are in a very formal setup. So please don't go up and down without the permission of the speaker. Okay, that's it. Yes. And what else? Yeah, somebody was talking about engineers, plumbers, carpenters. Okay, that's what the educational system has created now, educational caste system. Okay, but what we need, you just go through how they do things in Germany. You have class A painters, class A plumbers, and whose salaries and skills are equivalent to class A computer scientists. Okay, so we need to respect every aspect of our life. Okay, so that's what the policy tries to bring in. Okay, and yeah, that covers all the major points. Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful evening.
Sir, if you can take the podium now.
Respected Speaker, sir, and parents, participants, and all the dignitaries were here. I'm remembered about a phrase about privileging a policy process. I think I'm very happy that today's debate actually has privileged that policy making process. The policy has come, but policy always remains an abstract document. It requires a lot of debating, discussion, and practice of democratic values into it. I'm very happy to see the young educational leaders and the way in which you debated, the responsibility you debated. I'm very happy that you people were able to take this debate forward. I am a graduate in Bachelor's in Agriculture, Master's in Social Work, MPhil in Education, Planning and Administration, PhD in Development Studies. Now I'm teaching in Tata Institute of Social Sciences in their School of Social Work. Earlier, I was in National Law University teaching public policy. Before that, I was with Azim Premji University teaching educational studies. I think I am one of the beneficiary of this multidisciplinary education as part of my bachelor's in agriculture. There are few streams and universities which actually have been practicing this multidisciplinary approach in education system. If you go to any of these agriculture university, you need to study sociology, you need to study economics, you need to study soil science, horticulture, and also like you have to live with the rural communities to practice how the rural communities live, what kind of agriculture they practice. So the debates which are coming in favor and in against of this entire thing, sometimes I feel they are politically motivated. And because of political propagandas, some of the best drafted policies get defeated when it comes for an implementation process. But today, my dear students, you people have demonstrated how do you balance what we call in the policy-making process as logos, ethos, and pathos. Some of you are very emotional about the policy. Some of you brought wonderful statistics, logic, and an argument to debate your point. I've also remembered about there is a very popular, not popular, it's one of the very intellectual endeavor in the education space called Delars Report, Education Commission for 21st Century, which stood on 4 important principles of learning to be, learning to learn, learning to live together, and learning to learn. These are the 4 important principles on which Delars report was being commissioned. Way back in 90s, that policy came. And I just felt that the title of the report was Learning the Treasure Within. So I'm honestly privileged that the students of Meghalaya have brought the treasure which is there on this soil, which is fantastic. And I hope that you people continue this debate. The policy making process is like a flowing river, and all of us should contribute as a brooks, the flowing brooks, and then we'll join into that stream of thought. And in our public policy classes, we talk about windows of opportunity. I think you people are helping us to elaborate that window of opportunity. We should grab that opportunity now, and then we should move forward. And national education policy, which all of you are saying that new education policy, is not something new. It acknowledges the previous 2 education policies. It includes the aspirations of those 2 education policies. So since the thematic given was very specific for multidisciplinary approach in education, I felt that some of you are mixing this with transdisciplinary approach and then also with interdisciplinary approach. So my request to all of you is that don't stop this because the debate has concluded today in this hall. Continue this debate. Try to understand like how do you bring this multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary approach into everyday practice. Because multidisciplinary approach is asking you to focus on problems, challenges, which are very complex in today's society, right? And how do you engage with those issues? Of course, our education system has a unique challenge. An economist will not speak to a person from law, a person from law discipline will not speak to a person from medical profession. That's where during the pandemic, we handled the entire pandemic from a medical and technical perspective. There was later on, we saw that the other professionals started joining into it. I being a social worker, almost for 6 months, because it was a lockdown and then we were sitting in the home. So we were wondering that how we should engage with this particular thing, because we saw the doctors and medical professionals are busy in handling the tissues. We were thinking how to engage with these issues because the world is changing very rapidly and then coming up with a lot of complex issues and problems. One discipline, one specialization will not going to help because the problems are very complex. You need that multidisciplinary approach to solve those problems. So critical thinking is the key, right? How do you mix music with economics? How do you mix statistics with maybe psychology? That is the creativity one has to bring. Kindly look at the systems which have adopted for the educational systems which have adopted for this multidisciplinary approach in education. There are a lot of learning, comparative learning we can have from other countries, right? Let us not be pessimistic and then reject something which has been offered to us. Let us try this out, because as you said, the quality, equity in education is the most important endeavor to achieve. And then we have a lot of responsibilities. As an enlightened, educated class, we have the responsibility, because we have to take the rural India along with us, those marginalized sections and disadvantaged sections with us. So my request to all of you is that you people come from a very privileged education systems. Kindly make visit to the government schools nearby and see like how you will be able to contribute to grow that system better. And my final words, that as I said, that you have to demonstrate that educational leadership for the 21st century. That responsibility is on all of us. Lastly, I remember Dr. Ambedkar, who masterminded the entire making of the Constitution, is an interesting personality in terms of his educational background and the way in which he approached subjects. In one of his book called Who Are Shudras, he's struggling to establish that he can also be an historian, writing the history of untouchable communities and Shudras on this soil, because the disciplinarians are rejecting him, saying that you are not being trained into historical subject, reading of scriptures and reading of those archival materials. You've not been formally trained. So like he's struggling to establish himself as an historian. And I think that particular book, Who Are Shudras, I think for me, it looks like a masterpiece, the way in which he brings the argumentation. I think all of you have to, my kind request, because you are still in the formative stages of your career, learn like how to argue. What are the things you will use for argumentation, because the argumentation becomes more important. So we are now going ahead with this whole idea of dialectics in education. Earlier, what we call this dialectics. You learn what is being given to you. We always struggled with 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Then slowly we said that you also need a 4th R called computer. Now, I think we cannot go ahead with that static imagination of education. It's ever flowing. And I am hopeful that we will take this journey forward, and all of you will also help us. Because as I said, whether you agree or not, you should be able to come out with strong evidences, rather than becoming very emotional about something. Argue by balancing out, as I said, ethos, pathos, and logos. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, my esteemed colleagues, all the judges. It's so nice you have expressed so nicely the dimension. Speakers generally should be neutral, but all of your, I was listening for, it is going to be 4 hours now. So listening to all of you, and I have my own way of understand the education. So I'm not able to registering myself to speak, not from the treasury branch, but from the other side. So if the organizers allow me, so I will take a position now today, not to be a neutral, but to speak something, right? So let me stand and speak, because as a teacher, I always, stand and speak, and it's very difficult to sit for a long period of time and then speak. Okay, so let me speak. Okay. Well, I know it is late in the evening now. I mean, late in afternoon, let us not say evening. And all of you must be hungry. I'm also hungry. Okay, and also exhausted also, because you must have a mental pressure that how I'm going to articulate, how I'm going to dose my opponent, isn't it? So nevertheless, I still thought to talk with you and sum up my thoughts over this, how we should look at the education. So, my dear students, very young, very dynamic, your eyes are shining, which I love. Uh, my dear parents who are in the audience today, my colleague, professors in the university, a judge today, and namaskar to Swamijis who are sitting as a part of the audience. Let me start with a little history, and to say the history like this, I always hate it. But I'm not able to resist it to bring the reference here, because I think if we don't bring the reference, possibly I'm not going to justify what I'm speaking, and then I'm going to refer what you have spoken. See, this discipline of knowledge, according to me, is a oxymoron, right? Because imagine in a very primitive day, when there was no society and formation of the society, you are putting the norms, then you are bringing the economy, you are bringing the technology. Where is this division of knowledge? There was no division of knowledge, right? Now I am jumping thousands of years, the evolution in between. And then we thought that we should divide the knowledge so that it is easy to administer. And it has become further easy to administer when we have brought an industrial society, after the Industrial Revolution. And then we started thinking that this is the pattern, and we have to, follow this particular pattern, right? There is no other way which you can think about this. I think my colleague professors, they have brought a different dimension, and for that matter, they have built the dimension what you have spoken. And let me tell you, I was appreciating all of you while I had taken a break a bit, and I put you in the talks, right? That some of your thinking are so virgin, I mean, in a sense, so pure. And I didn't expect that, you will have that kind of a thinking while you are in a school or just get into the university. So amazing. And this thinking process should continue, right? Either you are in favor or you are against. Against it, okay. So let me put it like this. Let me put you a very simple problem, and then let us look into that. What do you understand by multidisciplinary? I think all of you are bothered with the Shillong traffic jam, isn't it? If if the distance is only for 10 minutes, it takes sometime an hour, and even more than an hour. So the issue is transportation, isn't it? Now, if you look at the transportation, what are the dimension it has? Transportation has a dimension of a policy, that how many car you will allow the citizen of Shillong to be bought. Can you put a restriction? What should be the size of the car? Should it be sub 4 meter or it can be SUV? What should be the parking charges of this particular car? Right? How much should be the breadth of this particular road? So all these particular policy issues, right? And even some of the legal issues also. But if you deep drive, drive little deep, then you will find it's a matter of economics. Because possibly the moment there is a sub 4 meter car came, the price became less, because government has slashed down the tax. So it has become a reach to many people, many one of us, to get a car. Now it is not only one car, people have started buying multiple car. Right? Maybe in a household today you will find it is not only 3 car, 4 car, 5 car. Right? Now we don't have a much of a policy relating to the parking, right? So again, parking is an understanding of the civil engineering, right? Or even the geological understanding, right? Or how you are going to take this particular road in the terrain. What should be the pavement structure? Pavement means your road structure is a civil engineering understanding. At what kind of a thickness the car can move fast and car can slow down, again it's a geological understanding. What kind of engine you are going to put in the car so that it can work in the terrain, again this is a mechanical engineering understanding. What kind of a engine you are going to use so that it cannot pollute further, again this understanding comes from a petroleum engineering. So what I am trying to make you understand today, if you say that, well, another dimension I forgot to talk with you, is also today is the electromechanical and computics understanding when you are building the car. Today you will find most of the car run in the chips, right? So how the conversion will work, this is a electromechanical understanding, and then it is created in computics. Now where is the barrier in knowledge? Like some of you, it's a good way to look into that looking at the thali and can the coke be go with the rice? Answer is possibly yes, why not? If the cook can mix it properly, you will possibly love more that one, isn't it? So what I wanted to, drawing your attention, creation of a subject and division of the subject was a need of a particular time. And because of that, it has been created. Now, I can tell you there is a lot of mathematics in a language. If you go to the linguistics, then you will find all the thing which you talks about is a pattern. It's nothing but mathematics. Now, language, again, is not like, madam is an expert in the language, and pardon me, madam, if I'm, speak more than what should be spoken on the language. Now, today, the language is changing, right? We have a computer language. It's a language. And it is based, again, on the mathematics, right? We are talking about auto translations, right? There is a lot of apps now. If you speak in a particular language, it transfers to other language. So it is simply not a language. It's a program. It's a mathematics. It's a data science. So many, right? So what you need to look into today, possibly not the subject which was created for a particular reason of a particular time, but today it is basically transgressing the boundaries. Take an example, Alexa. I said reserve. I don't know how many industry has been killed by this small device called Alexa. Music industry kill, right? Cassette industry kill, CD industry kill, delivery, transportation and delivery that has been killed. So now the delivery is totally different. So friend, what I wanted to mean thereby, that today, when we talk about, let me take all this thing, because my friend was distinguishing between transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary. Whatever you do, today, knowledge is no more captive. It is flowing in. And then, if you want to see tomorrow what the society need and market need, you cannot have a captive knowledge. Because tomorrow, many of the things until now which has been taught in the university or in the school is going to be done by the machine. It can be standardized. So then what is your role? Your role is to create, to be creative, to be innovative. Like some of you are talking about, can I get a job? Who is going to get the job? Why you look for a job? Create a job. Be an entrepreneur. Some of you are talking about that I can get dropped in the university after 2 semesters, then where I am going to job? You see today, many of the big founders in the world, they're all dropout. Bill Gates. The person who has promoted the most valued company in the world. So that means the question is coming, what is the education for? And what the education for in the coming age, coming century? I think you don't require a university today to get educated. If you simply think that, well, I need a information, and information is education, you have plenty, right? You have a YouTube, you have so many things where you can get a lot of information. In fact, you will find that people are creating these robots and all this thing by looking into the YouTube. They don't go to the university. Or I have seen my student in IIT, they don't come to the class. They say, sir, all this are boring stuff. We don't require to know this. I need to only pass. They do something, sitting in their hostel and with their peers. Right? So friend, if we don't change ourselves as an university, as an higher education system, we are going to be vanished. You are not going to come anymore to my class. But why you need to come to my class now? You need to come to my class because I will make you think creative. I will make you think differently. So if we think that the university role is passing the information and developing the skill, that day is over. And that's the reason we need to have not only NEP. NEP is very limited in my sense, but is a very bold step which country can take together. We require NEP plus. We need to rethink, reimagine the entire education system. There is a bit of a voice relating to financing system, scarcity of the resources. Teachers are not available, funds are not available, which you have voice. See, NEP cannot be used in the same way what we have done until now. Right? So we need to rethink that how we are going to, finance the higher education tomorrow, and how you are going to, work over it. So while I was, in the morning, I thought, I didn't know, because, I told you that I never done this judging as a speaker in a debate. And if you ask me, I never done much of a debate, because I come from a very, very rural background, no exposure. And in my school, nothing was there, right? So we used to go, sometimes we used to get study, and then we have to come back. So my exposure in the education and life are very limited. But when I became mature, I kept on traveling throughout the world as a visiting professor and kept on speaking in a different forum. So what I thought, that there should be, the education should be treated as a creative sectors. And the moment we take it as a creative sector, the financial model has to be different. What I thought, that there need to have a reimagination of the stakeholder engagement in the sector, not the way we are habituated to engage. We need to, liberating the section in terms of a teacher and student engagement, right? We don't know who is student, who is a teacher, right? Because, what we understand until now, that if I take an education, that education is going to survive for 30 years. But I will tell you, the education which you are taking now, it might not survive even for 5 years. You have to come back again to the university. So the old model, old structure might not work in that. So we need to reimagine. And you possibly act as a student as well as teacher in a university setup, because you have a certain skill which you can need to give to somebody else, and you need to have some other skill, to get yourself updated. foster the imagination and creativity and research within the student. And it should start not in, higher degree level, but it should start from the, school itself. Why can't you be imaginative? Why can't you think that, well, I will solve the Shillong problem of transportation, right? And then there should be a greater access to the resources. In education, I come from a very big system, IIT system, and I come from IIT Kharagpur system, which is the first IIT in the country. We never share the resources. We think that, well, this is my resources and I cannot share. And then in that process, we duplicate. And the moment we duplicate, the cost goes up. And we need to have a lot of understanding and changing process. And I think education should be accessible. And we need to develop a social fund. We need to pursue the philanthropic to come more into this particular sector. And we also need that CSR fund should be effectively engaged into the sector of education. So I don't believe personally the fund is a crunch, capacity is a crunch, or the teacher is a crunch. We can reach out with the technology to the last mile today. We need to have a better understanding, adopting the technology of AR, augmented reality, and virtual reality. A student should know how to change things by visualizing. So friend, I think I thought to speak 5 minutes and I've taken 20 minutes. But nevertheless, I was very keen to speak on those particular thought process. Thank you so much. It's lovely and very nice evening to spending with you. So now I will request the organizer to kindly announce the result as well as propose a vote of thanks.
I'm sure all are anxiously waiting for the result, but before that, may I invite Brahmachari Vairagya Chaitanya for proposing the vote of thanks.
Om Namo Bhagavate Ramakrishnaya. Dear esteemed panelists, students, teachers, parents, volunteers, revered Swami Divya Swarupananda Ji Maharaj, who is the in charge of the Vivekananda Cultural Center, Brahmachari Sayak Maharaj, who is here. A very good evening to all of you. On behalf of Ramakrishna Mission Shillong, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Indrajit Dubey, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, who was the speaker for the day. Judges, Dr. Pradeep Ramawat, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Dr. Ayun Bhattacharjee, Professor, NIT Meghalaya, Dr. Strimlet Dakar, Professor, Khasi Department, NEHU, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us today as panelists for the debate competition on the NEP 2020. Your presence and insights have greatly enriched the discussions on this important topic and have provided valuable perspectives for all of us to consider. We are truly grateful to you, sirs and madam, for your observations and your presence. I do not have to touch much on the NEP. It has been debated for the last 3+ hours. I had got the original NEP document way back in 2020 when it was passed in the Union Cabinet. Then I was thinking, 3 years down the line, we are still debating this topic. Then I just Googled it out. Still, many states are trying to implement it. Just yesterday, I got two of the judges from the English recitation competition that we had as a part of the 49th annual cultural competitions. So they were saying that after the judgments are over, they were going to the respective colleges to discuss on the NEP implementation because it is thrown through their throats. They have to do it. I should say this is the right time to debate on this topic, as Meghalaya is trying to implement this. I should thank Shri Ajit Paul, former Assistant Commissioner, Excise Department, and also Dr. Ayun Bhattacharjee for suggesting this topic for this debate. Many thanks to the participants from various schools and colleges today. The participant turnout this year has been significantly high. You have raised your debate points very well. It is very important to debate on the topic of national significance. I feel, it's my personal feeling, I am not, favoring the treasury. It's a complete overhaul on the existing educational pattern. It leads to a lot of challenges, as in you have the exams not held in every academic year, you have regional disparities, you have lack of trained resources, the infrastructure that is needed to implement the technological aspects. But whether you like it or not, in Sanskrit, in Hindi also we say it as sansar, right? In Sanskrit we say it as samsara or jagat. The word is derived as samsarati iti samsara or gacchati iti jagat. Almost translates the same thing, that this world is a continuous movement. It's a flow of change. So you can't resist the change. The change is evident and the change is permanent. It's going to happen. If not now, it's going to happen in future. So we shall see the impact, how it is going to impact the education setup in the state of Meghalaya and also nationwide. It's just 2020 down the line, so you have to wait another 15 to 20 years to see the actual impact on the society, how the changes will impact the society, the landscape of the labor reforms and things like that. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the volunteers, teachers, parents who have worked behind the scenes to make this event a great success. This is our 49th unbroken year in the annual cultural competitions. We have had thousands of students attending various events since the beginning of July from more than 100 schools. We have sent invitations for 170 schools. There are some schools that have come voluntarily. We have not sent any invitations. So yesterday I discovered from Ramakrishna Mission, Shillong, there was the annual cultural competition way back in 1949 as part of the Durga Puja celebrations. I found even a photo. So somehow, it got discontinued, and from 1974, we are having this wonderful cultural competitions going on. Even the COVID could not break this pattern. We had the online competitions, and we had very good number of students, though it was like 50% of what you are seeing right now. The next week is our concluding week. We are having the quiz competitions on next Sunday. Again, it's open to the higher secondary schools and the college level. I would request all of you to participate in higher numbers. We have got very encouraging student participation in quiz competition already. There is huge registrations. So if not on the stage, you can always participate as an audience. Once again, I thank all of you for being part of this event and for making it such a memorable and enriching experience for all of us. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Maharaj, thank you so much indeed. Thank you so much. And before we announce the results, may we invite on the stage Swami Divya Sharupanandaji Maharaj kindly to hand over the token of gratitude on behalf of Ramakrishna Mission Shillong to all our panelists today. We are so very thankful to all the judges and our speaker. And it's just a token of love, token of gratitude from Ramakrishna Mission Shillong. And may we invite ladies first. Okay. Madam Streamlet Dakhar, kindly, if you can accept your token. Yes, a big round of applause, please. They have given more than 3 hours now. Dr. Pradeep Ramavat, sir, if you could kindly come. Dr. Pradeep Ramavat, he has come all the way from Guwahati just to judge this competition. And our very own Dr. Ayan Bhattacharya. He is also a part of the organizers. He takes part, as Maharaj already has said, he helps. And last but not the least, the most important person of a debate competition, our speaker, Dr. Indrajit Dubey. Maharaj, thank you. And before announcing the results, let me once again, everyone is congratulated, but let me also, from the part of the organizers, congratulate each and every participant for being so well. You have spoken so very well, every one of you. And we saw some flares at times and some good humors. And let's see what is the result. And if you have any doubt about what you have spoken, you can just watch it again in the YouTube. I forgot to mention that this event it is still being streamed live. Usually we have been streaming all the competitions live, but this year we have streamed only the drawing competition that was held on last Saturday and Sunday. And today we have streamed it live. Probably we'll try to stream it live the next coming Sunday's quiz competition also. So you can watch what you have spoken or whatever your opponent has spoken, and you can just develop on that. So coming to the result, first individual results. Usually as we have announced that we give 2 prizes, mainly number 1 is the best speaker and the second one is the second best speaker. And if there is any recommendation from the judges, then we give a most humorous speaker or we go for the third best speaker. And this year for most humorous speaker, all the judges plus the audience were anonymous. So NEP means eating rice with Coca-Cola and ice cream with pickle. Ice cream with pickle. So Bina Sharma from Litigant College gets the most humorous speaker. Would you please stand up? So her proposition of having rice with Coca-Cola has earned her the most humorous speaker award. So congratulations. Second best speaker in individual category, it is Ardamanki Periot from Army Public School. Ardamanki Periot is a student of class 11. And the best speakers award this time from St. Edmund's College graduation students Shreyashi Vedashruti. Now coming to the team event, this year's runners-up, both from class 9, representing Army Public School, Monet Kine and Ardamanki Periot. Class 11, sorry, both from class 11, Monet Kine and Ardamanki Periot from Army Public School. Army Public School has a very good record of making good results in this competition, especially debate and quiz. Let's see what do you do in quiz. So congratulations. And this year's champion, believe it or not, represent from class 9, from Loreto Convent, Swastika Poddar and Dhyan Das. So many congratulations to each and every prize winner. And I'd like to conclude with once again that each and every one of you is a winner by the sheer guts that you could gather to join in this competition have made you a winner. Okay, it's a different matter that some people have to get a prize. It's a bonus. So congratulations to each and every speaker once again. And may I request, sir, on behalf of you, we just declare these proceedings deferred sine die, and we, with the due permission from the chair, we declare the debate competition or the proceedings of today as closed. And may I request all of you kindly to give a standing ovation to our speaker and our 3 judges when they leave the hall. And you have been here, all the participants, and you all have been here for more than 3 hours. I believe you will welcome a cup of tea. Very much you will be waiting for a cup of tea, and so a cup of tea is waiting for you just outside this hall. Please help ourselves serve you a cup of tea. Thank you once again. Thank you so much indeed, and see you on the 5th of July, which is the prize distribution ceremony date. Thank you all. You can leave now. Thank you. Thank you. I never thought it will, but the moment you were speaking, I knew you will get it.